gosh. We're here. No music on the front of stream because I was running late. But I got here just in time. Let's see. I was still going to set up some music, but it seems as if Streamlabs music is going to be rude today, so we're not going to use it. What's up, everybody? How we doing? All right. Why are you guys not in the chat? Chat should be right here. What are we doing here? Hello? Chat's here. Ah, there we go. There's everybody. Hello. What's up? Is O dash an emoticon of a person with waving with one hand? Yes, it is, John. Yes, indeed. It's hello. I learned it as like a Minecraft thing. It was always like when you enter like a Minecraft server, you do like a little whoo, whoo. What's the Swedish hello? Hey. That's what I always think of when I think of the little guy. I think of hey. What's up? Ron Quixote, Tai. What's up? Using liberal use of 2x, I will probably sound slow then. The CR people always sound slow to me whenever I go back to normal speed. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Plan for the day. Theoretically, the second half of this is very short. Theoretically. Now we all know me and how things go. So, we're going to watch all of the actual ep first. We're gonna do actual ep first, and then my plan. I don't guarantee this, but my plan is Story of Vox Machina, and then the Super Geek Mike Story of Vox Machina video directly afterward. I don't know if that's what'll happen. I'm not sure, but that's the plan. So that is maybe how much we will get through. And if that is all really short, maybe we'll flounder. Maybe we'll just end early. I don't know. Honestly, I'm pretty tired. The stream energizes me. It makes me feel better. But work. Remember at the beginning of January when I was like, oh yeah, this is the worst work will ever be. Oh, I was wrong. So in retrospect, I'm very glad that, I slowed down on the unshot. I didn't take on too much more with like other series that I had planned. I have a plan. To make things better. And, we'll see how it goes. But if stream did get over early and I could go pass out in my sorrows, that would not go amiss. But I'm very excited to be here while I'm here. What's up? I'm still catching up on VODs, but letting you run in the background to bump your numbers. Thank you kindly, Ink Charm. I like that all of my audience are machinators. Bump the numbers. I love it. Thank you. Miss hanging out with you guys. Hope to be back on Friday. Sick. See you then. Hey. We be chatting bidet, y'all. Erek CV. Hey. Interesting that Mega seems to have missed the very first chat comments. I think it happens. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Ooh. What's happening? It's so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. None of it is played. I don't know why none of the sounds played, but I appreciate it. Oh no, this is a drama video that I was watching. No. Stans, this is not your time. I don't know. My setup has been terrible lately. But thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. Yeah, that's so exciting. I don't even have Twitch pulled up. Like I said, I was running late. This was last minute because I was working pretty much up until I made the thumbnail, and then I made the thumbnail, and then I had to do a few other things in prep for stream tomorrow. And now we're here, but I'm excited to be here. But yeah, John, I think it's because I think there's a little bit of a delay at the beginning of stream where like the bot doesn't like start like grabbing the comments, so I don't see them. Plans here. Repeat a question from Team 4-Star. If a person from Team 4-Star, what? If a person with one arm signs, is that a speech impediment or an accent? I don't know what they would call it. And I don't because there are a lot of signs that you can do with only one hand. But there are certain signs that I believe just require two hands. So I believe that would be impediment. I don't know. 7-hour stream incoming with 2-hour tangent. Look, I can talk about Shrek 3. I don't even know who Eddie Murphy is. That's a joke. I know who Eddie Murphy is. But I can't think off the top of my head of anything he's done besides that Haunted Mansion movie. That's him, right? Yeah. I remember that Haunted Mansion movie. But I don't even... Is it called Haunted Mansion? Let's go. I don't know.
When did you watch that, Jack?
When did I watch that? For the first time with her. When I was like 22?
Like 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. So 24. Yeah.
Maybe even last year.
Yeah, maybe last year. Yeah, I was definitely into my mid-20s before I saw that movie. Coming to America? Never seen it, no. I've heard it's good. It's a cult classic, apparently. Love that plan. Would have been my item list exactly. Very, very good, John. Very good. Someone bought me Lazy GM book as thanks for helping them with something. Very excited. Ooh, that sounds fun. It's my B-day tomorrow. Can't believe we share a birthday. We all share a birthday, Albie. That's the secret. That's my secret. I was born on every day. I am every Aquarius. If you're an Aquarius, we obviously share a birthday. At some future stream, can we do the Super Geek Mike Whitestone villain theory? Yes. So while I have decided while I'm in Kansas City, which will be not next week, but the week after that, I'm not going to do any normal videos. So like we're not going to do any like normal episodes. We're only going to do bonus content. And they're going to be much, much more short, compact streams. So we will definitely do the Super Geek Mike theory then. Bidet, how you doing? Mega's one of the only streamers who doesn't say like the stream, so I'll say it for him. Thank you, Ranquiote. It makes me feel awkward. There's a command for it because I don't like saying it. I know that it's good for my success, but I don't like doing it. Stansvid, good pick. Oh, I'm a Stans boy. I'm a Stansy man. Stansy Manzy? I don't think that's it. What up, Wired? How you doing? You work from home? I do indeed. There are days where I do not leave the house. Well, I guess I always take the dog out at least once a day, but I don't go anywhere. Since YouTube wouldn't let me do it on mobile, I'll just do it on Twitch. I mean, so thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. I will say, for those of you who don't know, especially if you have an iPhone, but also I believe if you have an Android, don't like do a member or do a I actually don't know about subs, but I know with YouTube members, if you do it on the mobile app, it's more expensive. Especially on iPhone, the App Store, like the Apple App Store, takes like a 30% bump on the price of any given membership. And I think Google Play takes like 5 to 10%. I'm not sure about Twitch, but I know that's the case for YouTube. So definitely, if you plan on giving me money, Apple doesn't need it. Alphabet doesn't need it. So I would rather you not give me money than give it on mobile. Yeesh, I don't recommend you do anything on Twitch VMO. The App Store takes a noticeable cut. Turd mons! We're on the same page. On the same page, Donkey Shrek. Donkey. Trading. Oh, yeah, Donkey is Eddie Murphy. That's so true. Trading Places is a classic film. I actually have seen Trading Places, but I saw it when I was like 10. So, no Beverly Hill Cop? No? Is that the I'm too old for this shit, or is that a different one? I think that's a different one. Because I've seen the I'm too old for this shit one, but I don't think I've seen Beverly Hill Cop. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. It's not my birthday. And it never will be. I'm still catching up. I'm still catching up on your vid, so sorry if you answer something similar, but I'm a new DM. Oh yeah, no problem. And how would I handle DMing different NPCs without voices? One easy way to differentiate NPCs is to change your entire physicality. And a lot of times they will just naturally sound different, even if you're not doing a voice. So like, if I like really like hunch up my shoulders, it just like constricts my airway. And so it just naturally sounds different than if I stand like way up here and like really like fucking put my fucking chest out. Like these are very different voices, even though I'm not doing a voice. So that's one of the first ways that I go about like characterizing different NPCs. I'll also just hold my mouth differently. So like I'll stick my chin out a lot. And I am doing a bit of a voice right now and a little bit of acting, but the chin jut just, I feel like it does it for me. It leads the way.
You can also, if they're having a conversation, you can differentiate like speed of talking.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like doing voices.
Yeah, Paige doesn't like doing voices either, and she made a good point. You can do like the speed of the talk. So if they're like an anxious person, if they're like repeating things a lot, if they're talking very quickly versus like slow and drawn out, there's a lot of ways to do voice-esque things without actually doing any voices.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the short answer, I would say. How many more days before it's not your birthday anymore? I forgot the zodiac ranges. I have no idea. I don't even know when Aquarius is. February 20th, it's not my birthday. 21st, according to Paige. Oh my god! What just happened? Thank you, Perfunctionist. Oh my god, and those are the expensive ones. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I appreciate it. That's so sick.
Sorry, February 9th.
Paige says February 19th. Thank you so much. Oh my god. And okay, wait, you guys want to see something? Okay, speaking of what Perfunctionist just did, because I've been thinking about some really like easy member streams, because I don't have a ton of time to like plan things, and I know not everyone is interested in like Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever. So I just got a game that was really cheap called Kukoro Stream Chat Games, which I believe allows you guys to like join in. Oh, that is the wrong screen. Well, I'll just drag it over. Yeah, so it's this guy. So I believe I looked into it a little bit. I haven't like really experimented with it yet, but I think that might become like a regular thing that I potentially do for / with members. So yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, Perfunctionist. I really, really appreciate it. What up, Terrace? I want to do the Christmas one-shot for no particular reason, but we just missed the window for that. Yeah, a little bit. I don't care about time of year. It's much more expensive on either. Gotcha. That's Lethal Weapon. With Danny Glover. Ooh, Dude, well, I saw Danny Glover and I was like, isn't that the This Is America guy? But that's Donald Glover, different Glover. What a perfunction. Oh, wait, perfunction is you just said hi and then dropped that? You crazy cat. Thank you again. Yeah, thank you for supporting me. Madeline Hutchin. Oh wait, no, we're still on it. Oh my god, it's a giant list. That's crazy. The DM for LA by Night is a good example of a DM who doesn't do voices. Oh, that's cool. I'll try to remember to stop wishing you happy birthday come Feb 19th. Hell yeah. Prime is all about Twitch. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gartic Phone is fun and all Jackbox games. Yeah, the problem with Jackbox games, because I do want to do that, Deadly. The problem is you have to have a certain amount of people, I feel like, talking, in the ear. Whereas this other one seemed a little bit different. I think Jackbox is really good if you have like a couple of creators and then you have like the audience participation as well. But I don't want to do a mix where it's like, oh, just like the members that like got in earlier get to like play live in the ear and then the other ones are in the audience. So I do want to do Jackbox just with other creators at some point, just like chill out. So yeah. I'm a mix of nervous and excited for our game. Oh, just be. I get it. I was about to say just be excited. And don't be nervous. Don't feel things. But no, it'll go great. It'll go as great as it ever could. And the more you do it, the better you will get. DMing is very much like a muscle memory skill, I think. So like there are like certain things that you can think about and certain things that you can analyze and advice that you can get. But ultimately, I think the best teacher is just doing it a lot and listening to feedback from your players. So yeah. I vaguely remember a song indicating Aquarius is an age, so about 1,000 years. That's how old I am, vaguely. Especially Murder Trivia Party. I love Trivia Murder Party. It's my favorite. I'm very bad at voices. I usually play with a bunch of drama people, but I take the same approach as Paige with my characters. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, Terrace. I mean, that's I think like even me, like, the stuff that I talked about, I think I am good at at differentiating my voices. Like, I have a lot of range within my voice, but I'm bad at keeping them consistent. I'm really bad at that. So I'm not good at, like, characterizing a particular character. Like, Matt's, who's the guy in Vasselheim, the Black Powder Merchant. Very particular characterization that was built a lot out of the voice. And that's not, like, a skill that's, like, really developed in my skill set. I'm good at differentiating them so that they sound different, but a lot of times my voices do not, like, go towards the character. Because Matt is much more of, like, a character work DM than I am. And those, like, get him really excited. I have a friend who's one of my players normally. Sometimes they DM. And they were talking about how, like, when they are prepping for D&D, they just make characters. Like, if they're not sure what is going to be in this section of town, they make an NPC. And then they build, like, the buildings and the politics and the layout around the NPCs that they build out. And that is, like, their shit. And it is not mine. I am the opposite. I build a box and then I put things into the box. And, like, the shape of the box dictates the things I put into it. So it's just, it's very much different strokes for different folks. You should prep and do the things that you enjoy. This is the second time the musical Hair is referenced in a stream, which hasn't happened a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. That's true. Out of all the musicals, I do have a lot of hair, so I guess it's actually, maybe not as weird as we think. For the Unseen campaign, if anyone wants a town map, I love doing that stuff. Oh, fuck yeah. That's sick. That would be very, very cool. Victor. Victor is the merchant. Aha. There we go. Vidong. Even if Sade Town isn't visited Lamau. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, things may or may not be visited. My like grand vision is that there's like a database of things for DMs to pull from for running eventually, you know, down the line. It'll just be like this big collective world we've all built out. And if you want to run a session, you can just like look up things and use them as you see fit, and then we like update them afterwards. Yeah, that'd be cool. But even with Victor, the body language also has a big effect. True. I mean, Matt is an actor extraordinaire. It is easily, I think it's one of their strongest qualities is their acting, because they're professional actors. So yeah, I think that is one of the big draws of Critical Role just as a whole. Victor is probably my favorite NPC from this campaign. Oh, mine's the BBG Kima. Personally, I don't know, but it's silly. It would be weird if acting wasn't their strength. It really would be. When you really like sit down and think about it. And they all have other like individualized strengths. But that is like, I think a big standout thing for especially like their actual play comparatively. And I think that D20 has like a similar tone to it, of even if those people, because I think most of the D20 people are professional writers and then also actors on screen. And I think that like even them, they still just have a level of comfort in front of the camera that it is hard to capture if you and four of your buddies just sit down and try to record an actual play, you know? Prepping for a campaign as a DM is similar to writing a novel. You need to be able to answer questions that don't even get asked in the final copy. Yeah. But I think that the way in which you go about answering has to be, I think you have to find what you love about DMing. Like, you have to find what you love about storytelling. If you don't have any interest in storytelling, you're probably not going to love DMing. Like, there are other things that you might like about it, but I would even say, like, war gamers have, I would still say that like storytelling itch, like they want to see how the grand battles, you know, play out, and they want to make those interesting things. And so I think that like finding what gets you out of bed and like what you can just do if it never gets answered, if no one ever looks at it, that is going to be what drives the rest of everything, you know? So it's like, yeah, for my friend, it is creating characters that drives the layouts and the towns and the governments and the encounters and all of that. For me, it's like maps and location design, and it's like those drive everything else out from me. It's like, oh, this location needs like these sorts of NPCs in it, and that's how like I generate those. So yeah. As a sometimes trainer of all kinds, I feel obligated. Practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. Ooh, fair enough. And I think perfect in general is a bad word. Like nothing's ever perfection is an unachievable word. And I like practice makes permanent. That's good. Yeah. I've never heard it. I'm thinking about it. I'm noodling in my noodle. But I like that. I think the major difference between CR and the other actual plays I've seen is that most of the others are made to be funny first and the story comes second, and CR is the other way around. Well, I think it's like the CR people are not comedians. They just happen to be like naturally charming, charismatic people, and that sometimes involves being funny. Oh, I didn't have an ads manager panel. No wonder. Anyways, it's looking at Twitch. But the let me see. Can I do that? Oh God, I don't know anything. I'll figure out Twitch later. Yeah, I think a lot of like maybe fresh or lower viewership or less well known actual plays. Like I'm even thinking about like Adventure Zone. Adventure Zone is a personality based actual play. No one knew. Like you might have known the name Matt Mercer. You might have known the name Laura Bailey, but they weren't a personality from like a podcast. And so I think even separate from the funniness necessarily, I think most of the other actual plays that I am aware of were made around the personalities that are in them, and Critical Role happened to get a bunch of very good personalities that naturally make good stories, but they weren't necessarily gotten because their personalities would... Like, it's like hiring a really good actor that no one knows for a movie as opposed to Tom Cruise. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe I get, but I am not an actual play expert by any means. I think Mike would have a lot more to say about that. That's just my impression. I would even go so far as to say practice makes the illusion of perfect. If your crew feels confident you steering the ship, then you are a capable captain. Sure, yeah. I'd spend 50 hours of lore for a campaign I'll never run. Hey, man, if you like doing that, that's all that matters. You're just having fun. You're just hanging out. All right. Actual ep. Oh, my God. After only 26 minutes. Oh, wait. I haven't even done my recap yet. Recap is that while I think that could have been handled in a montage, I will stick to that. I also think that the beginning of this session that we've seen so far is a really nice example of Matt just giving them a chance to blow off some steam, to roll some dice in a much lower stakes environment. And I think that is... There's a piece of advice that I gave, I want to say in the 10s or maybe the 20s, about like occasionally let your players like stomp a fight. Just like let them absolutely massacre some enemies. And that'll like make them feel good. It'll make them feel like they've really progressed. And I think there's a similar sort of sentiment of like every single session should not be high stakes, but that also doesn't mean that like the corollary to like being like high stakes, drama fueled, every interaction, every role matters, that the opposite or the other option does not necessarily have to be like a shopping session or like a role play only session. Sometimes it is very nice to just have a very low stakes, but also not like RP heavy, or I would say that this was fairly RP heavy, but I think that was a lot of because of just who they are. Like it's nice to just have like a chill moment to like roll some dice and win some things or lose some things and not be like biting your nails on every single D20 roll. Like, oh yeah, if like Grog loses the arm wrestling competition, that's, that'll be, you're gonna be like, oh shucks, but it's not the fate of Whitestone. So I like this timing from Matt. Even if he had done all of that festival celebration in a montage, I would have liked for him to have this sort of low stakes session as like the travel back section. Where like maybe they're occasionally encountering, oh no, scary wolf on the road, or like, they're meeting a traveling merchant and like getting to shop, or, they see like an odd thing in the road. Like those sorts of like low stakes things can be good for travel sessions, but also great for festivals. So I love the way that Matt did it. I think there are a couple of other ways to also do it. And I think his timing, especially, I think having it now was a very good idea. And we'll see how he transitions out. I'm not sure where they're going now. Probably back to Amon, if I had to guess. But how he gets them back to Amon will be interesting, because I don't want to say we're blowing it, but like we are spending our low stakes energy right now, and you can't have too many of these in a row, or else it feels like we're losing momentum. Like, this is a good like breather, but we don't want to like sit down and fall asleep. We want to take our breather and then start walking again, and then running, and then sprinting, and then breather. You know, we want to have this nice pace to it. So I'm curious about how he is going to manage getting back to Amon, especially after he's established that they can't teleport. So that's just something I'm curious about. I'm sure he'll handle it great, but I am interested. Oh, I know that there have been more comments since then. The multi-stream chat, I tell you. Wouldn't want to hire Tom Cruise. Don't invite a member of a very harmful cult to your workplace. Well, yeah, I was just pulling out generic famous, man. I also do not want to hire what's the thing, Scientology. I don't want to hire them either. Let's see. They don't need to know that you don't know which direction you're headed. Also true, yeah. Most actual plays are more heavily edited. Sure, yeah. Not a bad thing, just different. They were known but became known. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Albie. Of like, yeah, they were, their names were known, but they weren't like personality hires. You know what I'm saying? They were just they were like, oh yeah, like I can look at your creds on IMDb, but now they are like names. Are we not doing the animated short? We are, but we're doing it after. So we're doing CR first to make sure that we like accomplish CR tonight, or the actual ep first, and then we'll go back, do the animated story of Vox Machina, and then do Super Geek Mike's video about story of Vox Machina. So that's kind of the order for today. Felicia Day wanted to stream D&D on GNS with her own group, but she was too busy and lucked out to know Ashley Johnson and her voice actor friends were in a much talked about campaign in LA. There you go. And that's what I'm saying. It's like the campaign was known. Like they were hired for the campaign, for the story, as I think Daniel put it. That's what they were hired for. And then they also just happened to be incredibly charismatic and compelling, on-stream personalities. 10,000 hours to be an expert. You can be an expert in good or bad habits. Oh, that's certainly true. I would say the admin that was in my position before me he was, I don't want to say genius, but he was a very, very smart, very intelligent dude. But he was an expert in a lot of things, and several of them were bad habits. There's so much that I am still untangling from him that all works, but holy shit, is it bad. And it's bad if you ever want to do anything that's not what he did. Laura's shopping sessions are very high stakes and drama filled. That's so true. You're right, Daniel. So we need something. What do we give them? If we can't even do shopping to slow down the pace, what do we do? C2 has more of that. Fair enough. 30 minutes in and we're actually on the CR video. Ooh, well that was probably 4 minutes ago, but I do think that we're about to start. I'm gonna get this Daniel, this Dash S out of here, and then we'll be good. So Liam was hired for Naruto VO because they wanted a 40-year-old sounding 17 to 19. Yo. I don't know what Y-O means. Yeah, that totally tracks. Not Dash S. I don't know. Is it youth? Is YO youth? I don't know. Year old. Oh, 40-year-old. Paige is right. Look. I think most children in animated shit are adults. So it tracks to me. Anyways, we are going to get into it. Let's be off.
And welcome back. I hope
That was embarrassing. It didn't play the first click.
you guys enjoyed your little look into the past of Vox Machina. Once again, thank you to everyone who helped us with that. Huge thanks to Wendy. You were amazing in putting that together for us.
Wendy! Matt, I always like that a lot of times, John will put in like optional time codes for me about like, you know, if you want to skip this, you can. This is what it is. It makes it a lot easier because like, yeah, I want to hear Matt thank Wendy Sullivan, but I might not have wanted to. So it's nice to know. So yeah,
It's been a long time endeavor coming, but we want to
love you, Wendy.
I don't know what that was. I guess just thumbs up to John. Manager Paige to break down acronyms. She's a fucking writer. I know. What do you call it? Not acronyms. The letters. Like CIA and not abbreviations. What do you call the 3-letter? Not an anagram. I feel like it's an A.
Yeah, it is. You're making me look bad now.
I know. Oh my god, she was supposed to know this.
Chat doesn't have the answer.
Oh no, chat doesn't have the answer and Paige doesn't have an answer, and we move on.
And all the wonderful critters that are incredibly talented put music together, and we're very thankful that you helped us kind of fill out the soundtrack there. If you didn't catch them, all their names are at the bottom of the credits, and hopefully we'll have that video up separately on the website soon.
We have time at the end. Can we do doggo time? We can have doggo on cam. The cam setup is not very mobile, and the cams themselves, while not expensive, are weirdly fragile. Probably just because they're shitty. So can't do much movement on the dog front either, but I will bring them over. I will bring them onto camera to say hi. Stuff like CIA is an acronym. Acronym. He was saying Manager Page to break down acronyms. So it's all still acronyms. I got confused. And I'm still confused. And you know what? I control this stream. So I just say, we move on and forget our mistakes. Like you should if you're the DM. My gosh, are you running the stream?
Some people who couldn't make it tonight will have a chance to see for their own. So that being the case, as the rest of them decide they want to join us, those who are going towards the piding contest, you start pushing through the crowd, making your way towards the 2 long tables that are set up.
Oh my god!
At this you can see there are a pair of bakers that are sitting there with just stacks and stacks of various pies of various flavors that they've been preparing, all different colors and shapes, just kind of pushed into a pile as people are gathered around excitedly sitting at the tables.
Is Trinket allowed to join in the pie eating contest too?
You can ask.
Oh, that's actually fun. An initialism is an acronym that is specifically pronounced as individual letters. So like CIA, but YO for year old would not be an initialism, but CIA would be an initialism. So it's a subset of acronym. You learn new shit.
I do.
Okay, one of the bakers is sitting there. He's like, all right, so sit there. Everyone's got a table. We got room for about 4 more.
Oh.
Right here.
All right, 3 more.
And a bear. Is there room for a bear?
A bear? Like a bear?
Yeah, but a very human acting bear.
Oh, sure. Bring him in.
He's well
Yeah.
No, it's a bear.
just-
2 more. Room for 2 more.
Do you want me to join?
Somebody
I'll get drunk.
transmogrify.
Just make him look like Percy again.
Can you polymorph Trinket, Keyleth? Into what? A human.
To a hot man.
A human.
To a lumberjack.
Into a lumberjack of a man.
I don't think it works that.
Try it.
Nice commercial. Make it happen.
You can certainly
Wait, try it.
I
You
try
can
it.
Certainly try.
I believe in the spirit of
Trinket,
winter.
hold
Hold
still.
on.
Man, so can
Hold
Can you
on.
polymorph?
Dude, the first time it is not Keyleth trying to stretch her magic, everyone's like, nah, Keyleth, come on. Come on. Try to stretch your magic. Come on. Just do it.
Trinket into a man?
Sure.
Salakadoo, magicaboo.
Scanlan says he can.
Go get him out of
I
here.
think Scanlan actually might have a better chance with seeming.
Or seeming, or seeming.
Polymorph Trinket.
Like, can you
Turns out the
polymorph
man's
people?
gonna be like,
Polymorph.
To be fair, polymorph would actually change the physical characteristics. Seeming is an illusion. So I think DBH polymorph into a human should be allowed. I would have to reread the actual text of polymorph, but if I was just at the table and someone was like, well, if they have the spell, I'd probably ask them to read it to me. But say for some reason their eyes were all burned out and they couldn't read the spell to me, and I wasn't allowed to look it up, I'd probably say, yeah, that makes sense to me. Why not?
Technically,
I
could. Yeah.
I can?
Technically.
Not
Let's see why not.
Sure. I'll cut.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna make him real beefy. He's got pecs that can lift semi-trucks. All right.
Okay.
Grog is
And I,
Rushing off to the side.
fur, just like kind of like a fur.
Oh God.
Furry belly? What is that?
Like just
Why are you-
like,
why are you-
why are you
so-
saying
Like
fur?
that guy in the beginning of Barbarella.
So you turned your bear
Brian
into a
Blessed.
bear.
Oh, yeah.
Brian
Blessed.
Yes.
Okay.
No, here's my bed right here.
Yes. He's got left
Okay.
hands.
So you rush off and you come back with Trinket. As you can see, is walking a little strange and
Like Brian Blessed.
Trinket?
rolls up and kind of brushes
Oh,
his scruffy man
Johnny.
beard against the side of your face. You gather polymorph does not affect the intellect of whatever you
Okay.
transform.
Grab a mug of ale and be like, another one, right? Yeah. Oh, he's had so many.
So drunk this guy.
Wait. Bro, do we still have that helmet, that pot that you wore on your head in the bag of holding?
Yeah.
Can we have that real quick?
Yeah, okay, so I'll reach in and take out the big bronze pot.
Put the pot on his head.
Why?
Special.
Oh.
He's got the.
He has a helmet
he's got
head?
a helmet now.
So the pot, which covers Trinket's head now, Trinket's
He does not need the pot on his head. Trinket, have a seat in this
Trinket.
chair like a normal human.
Get that back.
Go.
I keep giving him ale.
Okay. What is going on? Okay.
Guys.
So at this time, you guys have people gather around now. You guys all take your places at the table. You have to kind of, put your feet planted. Everyone kind of pushing elbow to elbow. You guys sit down amongst yourselves in a cluster, and you eventually guide over as your fourth at the end of your group. Your polymorphed bear friend, who's still like kind of messing with his manly ham hands.
What? Is stream still up? Are we good? Good? It's literally that meme. She put a bag on my chips. She's so quirky. Lol bit. We're good? Was this in the time codes? And I just missed it. Is this real? Oh, it says no audio. Okay. Whew. I thought it was me. Oh my god. Twitch is good. Okay. So
To eat.
it's just CR. Okay. We're fine.
I do not have much confidence. You have always eaten more than me, always.
No! Dive in, just face first, arms behind you, just tearing through these pies. Just blackberry, strawberry, all forms of berries are just being tossed everywhere. There's a couple chicken pies thrown in there to a few people's
No hands,
unfortunate.
you're not having
No hands, no.
No hands.
Trinket goes like,
No hands. No balls. No balls.
yeah.
I'm going to use message to communicate to Grog. If there was ever a time for a prank, now is it. Grog.
As you all tear through your first large pie, smeared across the faces, you with your mind off to the side, you glance over. Everyone go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. Oh, he's going to barf.
This is the worst.
20, natural 20.
Oh, you rattled the table. It was 15.
Oh,
but
sorry,
it went
Charlie.
over. 7 for me because he rattled the damn table because he's an asshole.
Separate issues.
And then Trinket rolled a 21.
All right, Grog.
Oh, I'm not eating.
Oh, you didn't go eat? Oh,
I
yeah.
thought it was just you two guys.
It was just a drink.
And Trinket.
Okay, so it's yours. All right, cool. So the three of you tearing through, you finish the first pie, the second pie slammed down, you all look down, you have a little moment. Close, but not too bad. You gather yourself and dive into a second round of pies, splashing all over the table. Now you
Elbow
can
my
see
sister and then dive into the
Trinket is having a hard time keeping the hands to behind. You can see one of the bakers come by and hold the hands back.
He's really drunk. Don't touch him too much. No hands, Trinket.
He lost half his family in the attack on Whitestone. That's so sad.
More pie crust being tossed aside. The table is a mess. You see the bakers are starting to scoop off whatever outside are kind of left over and spill off the side of the buckets. As you finish the second pie, make another Constitution saving throw with the DC increasing with each progressive pie.
Oh.
Wow.
Natural 1 for me.
Oh boy. I got a big 6.
All right.
Come on, drink.
Oh no worries, John. No, I saw the this was actually ticking up, and the captions I've noticed whenever there's a video issue, the captions will always say no audio. So I picked it up from there. Also, I'm just realizing I didn't thank Reaper Zero for 666 for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. It happened after the big Dr. Hoovy incident. So I got all kerfluffled, and then the perfunctionist incident. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. But especially Reaper Zero that I did not mention until now. I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Scanlan. I got a big 7.
14 for trinket.
Oh, 7 the other one.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah. Okay. So as you both finish your secondary pie, you both sit up, and look at each other with just dark purple berry filling down the side of your face. You both make eye contact at the same time as you both go and just release your freshly eaten payload into the pans before you. Vega comes by, sending the hand down. Disqualified. You're looking on the side. You aren't the only ones. A number of other individuals have dropped out now, and you're down to 5 people at the table that are still eating. One of which is Trinket, who finishes the second pie.
Go trinket!
It's like kind of smearing across the face, getting all in the beard, and like some of it's dribbled down into the chest hair. It's a pretty terrifying sight. Third pies are slammed down on the table. Poof, poof, poof. These last 5 individuals and Trinket have Trinket roll another Constitution saving throw.
On Trank.
Come on, Trink.
Trank.
You want to inspire him? Get that
I
Trink.
can't.
You're adding a modifier, right?
Almost. That's one.
13.
You're adding the modifier, right?
What modifier?
Is Constitution modifier?
Yeah.
Okay.
1.14.
All right. So,
Thank you.
this time, everyone finishes this last pie. 2 of the individuals end up having to just duck out and have to run off out of the crowd. 3 of them make it through. Trinket just barely finishes the third pie. He's like, gives you that look of like,
Buddy, you can keep doing it. I'll give you,
Yeah,
I know, I got nothing. You'll get a nice nap. You can have the bed tonight and I'll sleep on the floor.
looks over and another pie is on the 4th round of pies go down. The last 3 and Trinket go into it. Make another Constitution saving throw for Trinket.
Okay.
What was it, almost?
It was almost a fucking 15. 15.
A 15?
Yeah.
Total?
Oh no.
The last set of pies finish. 2 of the remaining 3 end up getting up partway through the pie, and one of them just vomits off the side. The other one just stops and stands up and walks away, going, and spits out what stuff in his mouth and his hand, like is re-examining his life.
I quit.
The other remaining gentleman finishes the pie and is like sweat down his face. You see a little bit of like a chin strap beard he has is just covered in various bits of crust. This awful appearance, and Trinket finishes with the last bits of the pie.
Ooh, I feel so guilty right now.
Why is he so good at being sad?
I know, don't be sad there.
300 gold. 300
It's just
gold.
100 gold.
500
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, a persuasion check to
Yeah,
shrink it?
yeah.
So he'll keep eating?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy. 15?
15. Trinket looks at you and is like,
I love you.
You're like a toddler to Tiara's mom right now.
I know. This is the worst. I'm the
looks
worst
down,
mom.
Yes.
I'm the
and
worst mom.
across the table, the gentleman who's also there scoots over right in front and goes, may the best man win, I. Trinket goes,
Get angry. Eat angry.
and there's back for a second, with a bit of ice just spattering across him from the ground.
Trinket make an intimidation.
2 pies.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, thank you so much, Spoopy B. I appreciate it. Thank you for the prime. Fuck it. Okay, so how I imagine this working, which is getting my brain twirling, is that because I haven't thought about this sort of game before. I like the idea that this is. And this is where I might do an NPC roll. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. But I'm assuming that this is like an escalating check every pie. So it's like, maybe it starts at 10 and it like goes up by 3 every pie. That's a great game. That's a great game, and you could do like the exact same thing with like a strongman competition. You could do the same thing with like track and field. Like there's a lot of things you could do with that sort of formula of like start it out at a low DC and then just escalate it. And I'm thinking about how you would go about knocking out NPCs. I'm thinking you roll like a percentile dice. And like that's the percentage of NPCs that get knocked out every round, with maybe like some like up or down like percentage modifier based on like how many pies in we are. There's some good options here for some fun little carnival games. I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. Based on durations I've focused, is this I5 hook style. You know what? I'll give eating on camera to this because this is really focused on the eating for a while. So I think I'll give it to that on this one. Oh, what up, Ella? Bread, fancy cheeses, and chicken soup. Oh, I want fancy cheeses. We ate all our fancy cheese last night. Oh, we have Gouda? Or no, not Gouda. Gruyere? Gouda? Gouda. Never mind. We have some fancy cheese left. Vex doesn't snuggle with her bear. What a monster. I know. They should give her the double bed wherever they sleep so that they can snuggle. Me. Suppose there's not a lot of room in the bed for all her loot and gold. That's true. We gotta have enough room for her to snuggle all of her loot. Animals were definitely hurt. Oh yeah, she is forcing Trinket through this. She's getting put up. This just like Percy's dissonance. You know, I think that this is actually some symbolism on Matt's part, really, when you think about it. He's contrasting the light and dark, the shadows of Percival's heart, his family versus his vengeance, Vax's gold versus her bear. It's that dissonance is really butting up against each other. Over the course of this pie eating contest, this is the worst moral dilemma he's ever put them through. Oh my god. You did say the DC was increasing? Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I've only thought about it in less fun ways for like increasing DC checks. This is really fun. This pie eating contest had more tension than the Orthax fight. Look, the Orthax fight got a little tense when what's-her-face almost got away, but before and after that, Lady Briarwood, Diana? Not Diana. But yeah, kinda. You mean Espism? Exaggerate Society for the Preservation of Cruelty to Mounts. Lol. Coincidentally, this is how I eat. I roll to consume more, but I fudge the die, so I always come out on top. I wonder how big these pies are for a few of them to start making a grown-ass bear full. Honestly. Oh my god, truly a moral dilemma. Twin name swap there. Fuck. I said Vex. Or Vex Trinket is a reflection of Orthax Percy. That's so true. We missed the true protagonist of the Briarwood arc this whole time. You are too good at sounding like a high school English teacher. I don't even remember the voice I did. This is my problem, is I could take on affectations, but the moment that I'm done, they leave my body like a ghost. It's like Stormlight. While I'm saying it, it's the voice is leaking out. I cannot maintain it. At some point, it will just be gone, and I will never be able to recapture it. Which is why I cannot be a character DM. Lady Delilah Briarwood. Lady Delilah Briarwood. Micro-possession. That is me with voices. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Down in front, these are not fruit pies. These are meat pies.
They're meat pies? Oh my god, it's all the protein that's making him full. That's fucking crazy. I get such a cool voice. Then next session, it's Cool Guy 3. Oh yeah, that's one of the reasons I started recording my sessions, is so that I could remember how I did a voice.
Oh, that's so wrong.
That's okay. Trinket likes meat way more than fruit.
The man goes.
Does he? I don't think he does.
The tree goes.
Is it a salmon pie? He likes fish.
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw.
With advantage because it's meat?
Because it's salmon. It's a salmon pie, and he loves salmon.
Hold on. There do appear to be hints of fish inside. I'll grant you advantage on this saving throw.
Okay.
Come on, gold dice.
Fucking balls.
Dude, speaking of the low stakes rolling, it's the same thing with the DM. It's like, okay, like, you know, if they're pressing me for advantage during the Orthax fight, probably not. They're probably not even gonna press me for it during the Orthax fight. But during the fighting contest, it's like, sure, it's got fish in it. Advantage, here you go. Like, there's a level of, like, fuck around that they can do because it doesn't matter. And even, like, the fucking hand herpes shit with, like, minor illusion and all that, like, you can allow the players to, like, fuck around a little bit more without the consequences of finding out, you know? Like, it's nice as a DM, too, to be able to, like, listen to their wacky shit and say yes more often. Trinket is on a high fiber diet. Trinket's on keto. I don't even know if is keto high fiber. I've never dieted. That roll was vital. The food being cooked probably doesn't go very well with Trinket's stomach. True. IBS is another example of an initialism. Good tieback, good callback. We love to see that. What? Hot girls have IBS. Yeah, true. Good night. I feel tired. See you later, Albie. Have a good one. I need consequences. Stomach ruptures. You're stuffing so many pies in that we need it to burst out like an alien. Megaphone Man makes a reference to a movie. We're all shaken. They could find out if Trish hits on human Trinket. True. Laura inventing a salmon pie to win gold. Why wasn't this in the Critical Role cookbook? Salmon pie should have been in there. You're so right. Trinket gets sick and dies. Oh my god.
Mother bitch.
Advantage?
I did roll it with advantage.
11.
11. Okay. Both of them dive into their pies, coasting through. At a certain point, Trinket kind of stops and breathes heavily in the pie. You can see bits of it kind of over the edge just from the nostril flare. Looks up at you.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
I instinctively move behind them.
The gentleman across the way looks up as well and is like, they both dive into the pies together again, slowly trying to make their way through, and then in a moment they both kind of look up at each other in the eyes and they make a connection between the two. And there's a look of sudden fear and realization hits both of them. They both sit up, and with but a moment's notice, the two bakers set down 2 pails to their side as both of them simultaneously just
Okay.
buckets, losing simultaneously, at which point both of them kind of raise their other hand mid-expulsion, going, "We have a tie for the victory!
Okay.
Our movement has lasted quite a ways! Splitting the pot, that's 50 gold each!" Everyone cheers.
Good job, Trinket!
He kind of gets up, like,
You don't have to eat anything else if you don't want to. Okay.
No, you get to sleep on the bed.
You get to sleep on the bed, and I will sleep on the damn floor.
Trinket kind of steps up and pushes away from the guy and goes running towards you on his hands. Everyone kind of goes like, "Whoa, let someone by," and starts nuzzling you.
What was in
This
those
guy,
pies?
this guy is so drunk.
There was some mold in those pies. Still excited.
Baker runs up and hands you a stack of gold and says, "For your friend."
Thank you.
He's feeling better.
My favorite kind of pie.
I come over to my sister with 2 big mugs of ale and hand one to her and say, "Here, don't swallow the first one, just switch it around and speed it out.
Okay.
Then the rest." That's a good one.
At this point, you can now hear voices start to raise and people going, "Oh, Keeper, the Keeper's going to speak!" And people start gathering towards the center of town where the sun tree is. As you all begin to gather for this central moment of the festival, Keeper Yonan steps up. Cassandra steps up with him, and you can see he's looking over the crowd, eventually meeting Percy's gaze.
All right.
Leads you up onto the stage. The 3 of you stand out amongst the rest of the crowd as everyone kind of gathers. The children are sitting in the front, kind of expectantly with their hands under their legs, kind of looking up with big smiles. Some are like covered in candy and whatever else they've managed to acquire throughout the festival. The music begins to slowly die down until silence hits and a small cold breeze begins to blow through as you see a couple of fresh flakes of snow begin to fall from the sky above Whitestone. The Keeper looks out over the crowd as the hush takes the rest of the group.
Couldn't have said it better, John. Precisely. Right now, after Trinket is yacked, Grog's had his whole thing with Trish the Dish. Like, yeah, this is the moment for the Yenin speech. When everyone is nice and smiley and warm, this is when you raise a glass to Vox Machina. Primo timing, yeah. And now while your guard is down, I strike! You know what? Perfect timing for either, honestly. Yenin needed a mulligan after ripping a fat one in the last speech.
Friends, families, brave soldiers and defenders of this wondrous city, we gather today to celebrate.
So he's doing a speech anyways. Yeah, just get rid of the first speech and work it into this one. He just needed a first draft. He was beta testing for a later speech. Yeah.
For the first time in many years, our own Winter's Crest Festival. And Chad clapping against the It is on this day that we remember, centuries ago, when Erevan, the Ice King, keeper of the far realm of ice in the elemental planes, attempted to tear his way into...
Dude, what if this is like a weird read that I don't even think is accurate, but my read is that they have had issues with previous Winter Crest, because I remember Laura dropping a line, and I'm sure I would have known about it if I'd watched the story of Vox Machina, so maybe there's some dramatic irony here, maybe for everyone, or for only me and no one else. But, like, Laura dropped the line about, like, look out for, like, ice eggs or something. I feel like they've had bad experiences at Winter's Crest before. What if they are like, fuck this Ice King dude, fuck, the elemental plane, whatever. And then Keeper Yedin's like, and today we pray for the Ice King's return. We celebrate his almost glorious invasion of this realm, and we curse the vile ne'er-do-wells that stopped him from claiming his rightful glory. And all of the members of Vox Machina just kind of just sink into their chairs. I know that that's not what happened, because I think I remember someone mentioned, like, the whole, like, Ice King thing was, like thousands of years ago or whatever, so I don't think that's gonna happen, but what if, right? What if? That'd be nuts. Kima drops Seeming. Yedin throws off into disguise and reveals himself as Kima, now wearing the crown of Orcus? This ain't BG3. Bro can't stop giving speeches. I headcanon he does this to random people on the street. To be fair, he is literally a preacher. Like, he does actually literally do this to people on the streets. That's how they first met him, was when he was doing this to people on the streets. So I think your headcanon is just true, honestly. What if he tries to give the exact same speech? Yeah, it was too small last time. People weren't, like, an actually, like, they weren't a good enough audience last time, so now he's doing a take two. He's like, this is all for you to be better, because I did not hear nearly the energy that I needed last time, so we're gonna do another take. Town crier Yedin. Oh my goodness.
Aldore was kept at bay and sent back, packing from whence he came. Some cheers come from the crowd.
Packing.
As in this, we also are reminded of family, reminded of friendship, and the bonds that we as a people keep ourselves and our family safe. That we rise up to the occasion to show true heroism, to stand by our beliefs, and not let the darkness swallow our hope. And by
Dude, it's so hilarious. This speech, him talking to the town, he's basically like, the first speech was like, yay Vox Machina. This speech is like, yay town, yay rebellion. Swap them, you're golden. You're absolutely golden. Him talking to, like, the rebellion and the citizens, like, right after the Briarwoods go down, feels so right to me. And then everyone talking about the stories, like, learning about what, like, an integral part of it Vox Machina was. Them, like, kivitzing around the town. Like, then, at this one, you're like, my friends, I have given us I have already sung our praises, for which we all deserved many songs. Oh God, I'm not giving this improv speech well. But then he's like, but there were unsung heroes of that battle. While we all bravely stood against the tide of bone, these 6 individuals, and he points you all out in the crowd. Now this is just me being Matt. Bravely stood against the Briarwoods in our stead. While we took out their minions, they cut the snake off at its source, and the head came tumbling down to our feet. Vox Machina! Something like that. I think you swap these speeches, you're golden. But to be fair, as we just discovered, I'm not great at these speeches on the spot. So I can't blame Matt too much. Getting that balance right is tough. People on the streets, but oh man. For some reason, I feel like that's Hasadiga Ibawai, the theme chant to Civ 5. But it doesn't look right. I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something like that. Daniel's making a joke, and I never understand Daniel's jokes. It's not. That's not. Oh wait, no. Hasadiga Ibawa is from Book of Mormon. I'm thinking of Fuck. What am I thinking of? Not Balelaka. God, we did it in choir. That's the reason I have it. I have the chant burned into my head, but I can't remember the name. Anyways, Mega. He dumped all stats but charisma, so he's going to roll his good stat whenever possible. Hey, why are you describing all of the characters I ever play? Wait, Little Hill, stop. I think Matt probably just jumped the gun a bit on the speech to make his players feel good. Yeah. I think you're right. I don't blame him too much. I think, in retrospect, it is easy enough for me to say like, yeah, switch the speeches, you're golden, but that's way harder in the moment. Way harder in the moment. I think, and they had a bear. Where is their bear? And it's just like it just like pans to this guy like licking his paws, but they're actually his arms. It's the terror of knowing what the world is about. It's the terror of knowing what this world is about. Watching some good friend scream, "Let me out!" If take me higher. I don't remember the name of the song, so I have to keep singing it to remember. It's the one about like they're sitting on fences, but also like they're kind of waiting on the world to change, but it's not waiting on the world to change, but it's that kind of vibe. Just a different scream, let me out. It takes me higher. No. Fuck, I'm not getting it. Ah, damn it. I thought I could get there. Someone will have to help me out in chat. I feel like you'll know it if I say it. I did it in acapella group. Because I was in an acapella group. Who could have guessed? I did that song, but all I remember out of that song, because this is my fucking big part, was boom, 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 boom. Because I was fucking baseline.
Oh, it's Under Pressure?
Under Pressure, that one. Boom, 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 bida, boom, boom. Boom, 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 bida, boom, boom, bum, bum. Anyways. Oh my god. I thought it was Simlish. It might as well have been. We need a members only karaoke stream. I should look up to see if there's a good karaoke software that we could maybe like I wonder if there's a Discord bot for karaoke. That could work. Let him stew on it for all night. You were right at the chorus. I know, I couldn't remember how it transitioned. It's hard to remember Under Pressure. Damn it, Daniel. It's David Bowie and Queen. I've never heard a David Bowie song. I know he's like the GOAT.
I don't know that you've heard a David Bowie song. I'm sure you have.
I don't think so. He does Purple Rain, which I've never heard. And does he do Yellow Submarine? Is that his thing? Is it all like colors and then nouns?
You know he doesn't do Yellow Submarine.
Who does Yellow Submarine? I know the song Yellow Submarine. I don't know who does it. She is looking at me shocked, and I don't know why. You know me. You're married to me. How do you... Why do you think I would know this?
Someone else you hate.
Someone else I hate? The Beatles? Let's go. Oh my god, dude. This is really just...
I will say, David Bowie songs, I don't recognize any of them.
Ah! Paige doesn't know any of them either. Let's go. No one tells him until he doxes himself. I3. Oh, is I3 Mega is Sam? I knew it. Fair enough. Fine. Whatever. Spotify memberships with the lyrics tab is decent. Ooh, okay. The song Vanilla Ice sampled. I just couldn't remember the song name either. Yeah, fair enough. He does not do Purple Rain. David Bowie is king. Look, I know he's king, but I haven't listened to all of George III's music either. Sue me. What am I gonna do? There are a couple, but I don't know if offhand. He doesn't do Purple Rain? What? I thought he did. That's the only one I know.
Isn't that Prince?
Oh, is that Prince?
That's definitely Prince.
Prince and David Bowie are the same person in my head. I know that they're not, but they occupy the exact same.
Very different people. But I see that. It's the hair, I think.
Is it the hair? I can't picture what either of them look like.
Well, David Bowie's the one that has like the lightning across his face.
He's a lightning head? Is he like Deadmau5 where he wears like a big thing?
No, he just has a lightning.
I'm fucking around. I know that. Yellow Sub is Beatles. Oh my god. Unsubscribe, unfollow. No! Mustang's leaving me. Bye-bye. Ringo starred as Yellow Sub. Prince does Purple Rain. Oh no. This is Ground Control to Major Tom. Hey, Topaz. You might think I wouldn't know that, but I've seen The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. So I know that song. A movie that I feel like absolutely no one else watched, but I love that movie. Can I revoke my Twitch Prime? No! No!
We know that. So that's David Bowie. Space Odyssey.
That's David Bowie? What? I didn't even know that's what you were doing. I thought you were just mentioning a random other song.
I also thought it was Space Odyssey, but it's Space Oddity.
Yeah, I knew that. It's Space Oddity. I knew that one.
Talk about a tangent.
Yeah, it's a big weird tangent. You baby, innocent babe from the woods, innocent babe from the swamps. Perfunctionist? Is the my lack of knowledge? Is this to go and like buy some CDs? Is that what this is for? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What is English? What is from Minnesota? Which one?
Minnesota's Prince.
Minnesota's
Didn't know
Prince?
that one.
I thought Prince was from like Germany.
No, they make a joke about it in How I Met Your Mother. He's the one who says we can be heroes.
We can-
I saw one of them was.
I don't know We Can Be Heroes. I don't know Changes.
We can be heroes.
I do know The Labyrinth, but only from posters. I've never seen it. The Little Drummer Boy with Bing Crosby. I did that a cappella as well.
You would know we can be heroes.
Brum, bum, bum. Dancing in the Street with Mick Jagger? No idea. Life on Mars? No idea. Rocket Man? Rocket Man?
That's not him.
I thought that was a piano guy that looks like he's blind, but he's not blind. Elton John. Blind, but not blind. Nah, Rocket Man is Sir Elton John. Let's go. Ziggy Stardust is kind of purple. I don't know who Ziggy Stardust is. Is Ziggy Stardust his alter ego? I'm donating for the lack of pop culture knowledge. Fuck yeah. Let's go. It works out. I have a recording degree. This hurts my soul. Ooh, I super do not. Queen Under Pressure. Boom. This is on the internet forever. Look, I can only go up from here. I can only go up. I can do all of those like, you know, those like super fake reaction videos that are like listening to blah 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 for the first time, and it's like fucking Bohemian Rhapsody. It's like you fucking heard Bohemian Rhapsody before. It's gonna be like that. But I would never do those videos. I'm falling off my chair. This hurts so much. I don't want to feed into this in case he had Bowie hate too, and my heart would not be able to handle. I have Bowie ignorance. I do not have any hate. He seems fine. David Bowie lives on Mars. Good, as it should be. I'm losing the will to live. Mustang is really having some trouble. Paige, this is your chance to leave. What? No, she cannot.
Save yourself, Paige. Alternatively, you can fix it. There's no fixing him.
There's no fixing me?
There's no fixing him. I've tried.
You have to speak louder.
I've tried to fix him, and there is no fixing him.
Oh my god. The audacity to sing Under Pressure and then say I've never heard a David Bowie song. Is Under Pressure David Bowie? Have we already established this? Is this how this got started?
Well, it's Queen and David Bowie.
It's Queen and David Bowie. But there's only one dude that sings it, isn't there? Do they switch off? Do they like do like a little handshake in the middle of the music video and the other starts singing, or is it like a chorus verse situation? Oh my god. OMG, I was suggesting Wardruna on the other stream. Dude doesn't even know one of the most iconic pop stars of all time. Yeah, no, I don't. I've only listened to Taylor Swift because of her. I'm trying to think of other iconic people. I've never heard Bad Bunny. That's a young person thing. I don't know. I don't know any music. I don't even know what's old and what's not. Oh my god. Forget watching CR for the first time, listening to music for the first time. Members only stream. Journey? I actually know quite a bit of Journey, oddly enough. Well, when I say quite a bit, it's like 4 songs, but yeah, I actually know a relative amount of Journey. Ziggy is a persona. It's kind of niche, but was referenced in Xenosaga video games, as one of the player characters was named and modeled after him. Sam knows Pop. That's why me and Sam aren't the same. So you have Major Tom when I said Rocket Man. How can you be able to do any dance but you know 0 songs? Because I have rhythm! You don't need to know the song if you can dance to the beat. If you can move your feet by... Oh, I used to know who that's by. Yeah, Move Your Feet. Don't stop the beat. I can't control my feet. People in the street. Come on, everybody, move your feet. Don't stop the beat. I can't stop. Can't stop the beat. I won't stop. Won't stop the beat. Go!
About knowing songs, I only know that song from you and
everybody.
Brendan Fraser.
I think this is normally my tangents are at least somewhat CR related. This is not even Page Appreciation Society. Oh my god. My 17-year-old sister had a good excuse for not knowing who Bowie was. I showed her in summer, so it's corrected now, but she knew under pressure. I was with Bowie in years until he died. Then I listened to the entire discography on Spotify during work. Dude, I felt awkward when Bowie died and when Prince died. People like cried about it. And I was like, I don't think I've ever felt that way about a celebrity. And people were like crying when the Queen died. I've never cried when a celebrity died. I don't know. That's weird. I don't, it's not actually weird. Like, cool if you can like feel at that level. I do not. No, I don't know. Watch Labyrinth. All right. Oh my god. Someone who's accepted they can't fix you his relationship goals. Yeah, we just live with each other. So a bit random, but how tall are you? Not tall is the answer to that. Here. I won't say my height, but we can say Paige's height, and we'll stand next to each other. And you can assume. So we'll just dox Paige. We have to split up the information. We have to split up the information we give out so that it's harder for any one piece of it to be traced back, you know? Paige is 5'4"?
I'm almost 5'5".
She's almost 5'5".
I probably stopped growing, but it was my goal at one point to be 5'6". Why am I doing this?
I don't know.
To be fair, you said I would do it, and then
you came over. So that's how tall I am. Congratulations. Do some now get MatPat in here and do some pixel measurements. Don't stop believing in Mega learning about music. You should stop believing in that. Mega learns literally anything about music. Oh my god. This is the first time I've known more about music than someone else and I'm shaken. My knowledge is low, so it's not hard. Iggy Pop, is Iggy Pop a style or a person? Because that sounds like it could be, that's a person. I was going to make the hard read that's like Spanish pop from the 90s.
I think it's a group, actually.
It's a group?
I could be wrong, but I think.
I have no idea. Junior and Senior. I should have known Junior and Senior. I did know that. Damn it. Junior, Senior. Having emotions is cool. Having emotions is cool. I've had to actively work on it. It's the original reason I went to therapy. And now I can feel emotions, and I like that. Giving up is always a good thing in a relationship. Let's go. Ooh, and she ghosts me. The hair obfuscates things exactly as it should. To be fair, Prince was an unpronounceable symbol for most of Mega's life. Who knows how long my life has been. So there's a correlation. Is there a correlation between dancing ability and how good of a DM you are? Dude, maybe. I do feel like I hit my stride as a DM around the peak of my dancing ability. So maybe there is.
Also, to be fair to your dancing and not having music knowledge, most of the things you dance to, like, don't have lyrics.
Yeah, that's true. It's mostly, like, soundtracks and, like just, like, unlyriced music. Yeah. Yeah, true. Are we sure Mega wasn't standing on a step stool? You'll never know. Oh, I got off the step stool. And now I'm back on the step stool. Someone clip this ish and make Mega go viral for all the wrong reasons? Fuck yeah. Dude, that's half the reason I'm on Twitch is the clipping culture. Let's get him out there. Iggy Pop is the punk dude who just sang Lust for Life and Other Things? No idea. Because Matt Mercer can dance? Hey man, I would love to do DDR against Matt. Oh my god. That would be a lovely time. We probably should respect the timer. We're getting way out of here. Feeling emotions does seem like a positive. That's what I'm saying. Alright. Let's do it now.
That we're able to bring to you this day the surviving members of the DeRollo family, Cassandra and Percival. There's some whistles from the crowd and some cheers fill up again. Some shouts, DeRollo! Some yells come from the crowd. Keeper, puts his arms out and slows it. These two, among friends, Vox Machina, the intrepid adventurer Srimon, spearheaded our freedom from the terrible tyrant ruin that the Briarwoods has set us upon. So today we celebrate not just our joint friendships, we celebrate true heroism. And give thanks that there are still, looking to you, Percy, people who will do whatever it takes to rise to the good of this land. Mr. Cassandra.
Little Hill, so you're saying that they pulled the Star-Lord, because that's exactly what that sounds like.
Cassandra, who in the long run know the right choices to make, and amongst the darkness, still choose sight of the light. May us all raise our glasses.
She didn't really, though. Like... I just want to clarify, for the record, and for my own memory, to clarify Cassandra. It wasn't like she got on Vox Machina's side when the Briarwoods were still, like, alive and well. Like, when it was, like, a fair fight. She got on Vox Machina's side once there was absolutely no hope of the Briarwoods coming back. So, like, you know, him saying, like, in the end she knew the right choices to make? Does she? Does she? Because it seems like every time she had, like, a real choice, she kind of chose darkness. Like, kind of at every turn. Like, yeah, there's some mental mind fuckery, but that's not what I wouldn't say that. Like, yeah, she's on the path to light. Like, that's fine, but... so I don't know. The surviving members of DeRollos. Now let's finish the job. Viva la revolucion. The noblemen's heads will roll. Nobody knows that. It's better for PR if we say she heel face turned. I mean, true. If they're wanting to set her up as the next monarch, it is definitely better that she not have been dark up until the point where there was no other choice. She knows. Keep her wise, intentionally creating a new narrative so they accept her as a leader. And this is why history is written by the victors. Because we all know the truth, but no one else will. And Vox Machina will probably take it to their grave. Cassandra chose the right choice. She chose Gamer.
To the prosperous future of this city amongst the Alabaster Sierras, and to the continued future of the DeRollo family. Everyone raise their glasses up.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Huzzah! Cheers, everyone drinks in. The music swells again. People begin to cheer and scatter, and Keeper Yennon leads you guys off of the stage. The rest of you kind of gather up as some people come up and shake hands and, you know, express their gratitude and thanks. As the crowd begins to die off a little bit, Keeper Yennon kind of gives you all a look and kind of beckons you over. Says, if you wouldn't mind a moment of your time, I think there are a few things we need to discuss.
Of course.
Cassandra? She comes as well, and you all step off out of the festival for a while. A few folks attempt to follow to see what's going on. Some of the guards can usher them away, and you guys are led into an empty building. Looks to have been a home of some kind that has long since been abandoned. As you step inside, it's cold and still in here. Very low light, other than a little oil lantern that's been lit by one of the guards as you step inside. The door closes behind, and keeping on turns around and goes, "There is no real way that we can show our appreciation of what you've done for our people. But first and foremost, there are funds within the DeRollo family treasury left behind by the Briarwoods that we hope could help compensate for some of your expenditures and hardships you've undergone.
So many, just so many.
Understood. This is, of course, at the behest of the DeRollo family, who are the inheritors of this fortune.
Oh. Thanks, Percy. First of all, you're looking very attractive today.
I know. Very appropriate.
Now, we've had a few weeks of...
This is so interesting. I am so... Because Percy kind of either needs to retire and just and not be a player character anymore, or he needs to let Cassandra rule and probably not take any of the fortune, right? So I'm interested how Matt handles this. This is a little bit of a situation that I'm not... I mean, if I was the DM, I would figure it out, and I'd probably talk to the player. But not probably, I definitely would. But I don't know what he's gonna do. I think I'm gonna stop trying to fight my circadian rhythm, not a morning person, so here I am. What up, Seth Echelon? Me neither. Yedin wants them to proofread his next speech. Dude, he needs it. Only this version. Just talked to my 82-year-old mother. Single mom raised me while working full-time nurse. Knows David Bowie, Prince, and Beatles. I am over this now. Look, she's old. They're old. I'm young. I'm hip. I know what the kids like. That's true. She has had more time to educate herself. I'm still a young little chitlin. No more music talk. As for Percy, he should get at least a little as his birthright for the money. Yeah, true. I mean, we need to... I think we're going to get a payout as a quest reward. And then he is going to let Cassandra rule from then on. He's going to educate everyone in Exandria about David Bowie. Exactly. To be fair, the spending tabs have already been opened. The question is how much money they're taking. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Like, if it was most of the treasury, I don't think Yenin would accept it. Does he have a choice? Does Yenin have a choice? He just installed the DeRollo monarchy again. I don't think it can go out to them and be like, never mind. They were a little too greedy. Can you believe that?
Peace and recovery, of rebuilding and reforging the real bonds of this society here in Whitestone. But going forward, there needs to be a governing force. I would like to ask of your wisdom and guidance, all of you, in deciding on what is to become the future of this city. We have many options at our disposal. I'm overseeing a myriad of things throughout the town, and as a man of religious importance, given the history, people have recommended it does not behoove me to take any sort of position of ruling in this town. It would be natural, of course, for the...
Given the history? Is there a history of theocracies not working in Exandria? What's the dealio there? Is this something I would have missed in Story of Vox Machina? I'm wondering why he's not down with the theocracy. I mean, like, obviously by modern sensibilities, especially if you're, American, we have a big, separation of church and state, but that anti-theocracy was not present for most of history. It's interesting. I wonder if I'm missing something or if Yenin's just kind of weird. Yenin versus Vex fight over Whiterun's fortune. I know who I'm betting on. Oh my god, yeah. Grog interferes and wins.
People to, without question, follow anyone of the existing bloodline. And he looks both to Cassandra and to Percival. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Any of you?
Of our members, only this one human over here on his hands and knees is the expendable of our group.
Hey.
At which point, the strange, burly man on all fours, at this point, brother did not really notice, goes, "Is that your bear?"
Yes. Yes.
Strange folk.
I don't think any of us would... Well, Percy, if you'd like to stay and rule...
Freddie, this is everything you've worked toward.
This is your birthright, and you've earned it.
It was really not my birthright. I was not raised to rule.
But you would be a fantastic ruler.
And also, sometimes those birthrights are thrust upon us.
I still have work to do, outside the city. Ripley is still on the loose, and knows far too much. And I feel more than a little responsible for her, and what she may do. Honestly, Cassandra had a better upbringing than I did for this sort of work.
At which point Cassandra kind of pecks and goes, well, I understand what you're saying, brother, but I've...
Oh, Amanda, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, oh yeah, they're down with like reinstalling the Derolos, it seems, but not with the theocracy. Like, what's up with that? I don't know why we're drawing a line right now. Lots of Americans mourned the Queen. Really? Who? What? You knew people that mourned the Queen? Who cares about the Queen? I feel like she's like a weird mascot, but to Americans, but not really beyond that. You know? Paige has no comment. My mom? That's wild. There were places in America that put down their flags. We Brits found it funny. Dude, she lived forever. Like, I don't even care about like all your political shit, like any political leanings. How old was she? She was in her 90s. The moment you hit 90, like, I don't feel like it's even sad if you die anymore. The king has cancer? Well, cancer's sad no matter what, I feel like. Because cancer's, I don't know. Like 90, it's like, yeah, like your body's running out. Even if you're a rich, you know, monarch. Your time's just gone. Cancer comes too early. What? I mean, she was a monarch in name, at least. A lot of Americans find royalty very romantic. Ooh, maybe that's where I don't get it. I guess to be fair, I find the concept of like Downton Abbey and like Bridgerton kind of silly. Because that's like all like royalty and noble shit, right? Oh, she says, maybe. Rich people shit? Anyways, I only know people who celebrated that colonizer's death. I don't really know either. I don't really know anyone who gave a shit. Really. Like, I saw things about it on the internet, but I did not see anything else about it. Really. Oh wait. The YouTube is fucking up. She was like 94. Pfft, 94. You're gone. I'll say that about anyone. Once you reach your mid 90s, it's like I don't care anymore. My great grandma died when she was 101, and I was like, damn, old broad, you had a fucking run, didn't ya? And that was about the extent of it. Like, she was ready. She was 101. Like, you know, come on. I don't know. Marisha there doing killer RP, expressing how Keela didn't want a responsibility to lead, and expressing it to support Percy without making it about her. Yeah. Did she just do all that? Am I getting fucked with? I didn't catch all of that, but that's fair. I mean, if you're a fan of capitalism, what higher position than being a king or queen? I don't. I mean, I get what? Emperor. That's true. Emperor is traditionally higher than king or queen. Mark is an incredibly divisive topic. Yeah, we should move on. That's true. Megaphone Man hates old people. Truly, a member of Vox Machina in spirit. Yes, sir. It was one line. She's good. Oh wait, I wanna still have a lot of work to do. Interesting.
Ripley is still on the loose.
I need to focus.
And knows far too much. And I
need to focus. I can't miss the Keyleth lines.
More than a little responsible for her and what she may do. Honestly, Cassandra had a better upbringing than I did for this sort of work.
At which point Cassandra kind of pecks and goes, well, I understand what you're saying, brother, but I'm still rediscovering who I am. If the people of this town knew what I had done, what I was responsible for all these years.
You mean surviving being held hostage? Surviving an ambush and being pelted with arrows?
They expect better of us, I know. I understand this. We are held to a different standard. And it's difficult. Perhaps it's time for a council. Perhaps it's time for shared rule. There should always be a Derolo in Whitestone, but perhaps we could share the weight.
We could. I could.
Yenin, would you be comfortable sharing some of this burden?
Just taking it back from when things goes. Well, in the sense of a council that you're recommending, that would be certainly a more comfortable position for one such as myself. And there are a number of community leaders that have really stepped up and shown their true quality. Yes, this could be done. We'd have to ask the people, of course, of the city and make sure that would be all right with the folks, but I think given the way things have been, that shouldn't be too hard of a sell.
Do the Derolo still stay in the giant castle? Or does that go to somebody else then?
I think the Derolos keep the castle, but I think we use the castle to...
Wait, would you be on this council? And who would they be counseling? Is there no superior or primate? Is there no... There's no...
I believe what he's suggesting...
the whole... I mean, most castles nowadays are, or I guess maybe not necessarily castles, but like at least old palaces are all like government buildings now. Like you can just like rip out some of the furnishings, make them offices. Like that can work. We thought Mega was Sam, but he's actually Silas.
Is that we make decisions by council, by vote.
A triumvirate.
If you will.
Quintuplate.
Oh, 4 people.
5.
A
flattery splat.
flibberty-gibbet.
A religious leader, someone from the farming community, someone from the economic community, someone from a trade community, and someone
from the gnome community. From the gnome community. Gnome community.
From some known community, yes.
I accept.
Interests will be thought of, and there will always be a noble to be a tiebreaker when necessary, and to judge from a place of greater good.
Cassandra? She step back at this point, and she looks, her hands kind of shaking visibly, and she looks...
Groinhead, I think that was the opposite of Grog doing math. I do not think that we can qualify that as any sort of thought on Grog's end.
Looks up to you and steps forward and kind of reaches up and puts her hands on the side of your face and looks to you with a piercing honesty and fear. And she lower lip quivering, whispers to you, Percy, can I be trusted? Do you trust me?
All things considered, I think that you're more trustworthy than I am at this point. Let's not forget that I was the one who let you down first. I'm going to give her one of the stones.
Wait, no, that was to the whole group. That was to the whole group, Percival.
What is this?
It's done. Leave it alone.
I'm gonna save your fucking life later.
They're going to be so happy when we have instant access to the treasury.
All right.
If anything bad should happen, if there's any need of quick retreat or quick communication, this is a one-way trip to us. And in return, this is a one-way trip for us to you. In case
you know what? I'll count that as Laura haggling. That was about right there, yeah.
Emergency.
She kind of clasps it in her hand, holds it to her chest, and...
We're born for this. You were instructed in how to do this, where I never was.
And now you've got 4 other people keeping an eye on you.
She kind of smiles and closes her eyes for a moment. And what you say is true. And she kind of looks over to each member of your group and looks back to Igor Yenin. If it so pleases this intended council, it would be my honor to represent the Derolo bloodline in keeping this town safe. Keep it goes. And so be it. I shall inquire of the people of this town. We will forge a council voted by the greater peoples of this place. And we shall restore Whitestone to its former glory. Very well. Go. Enjoy the rest of your festival.
What was that cash prize? You had mentioned some sort of a...
We'll talk with Percival. That would be...
I will organize.
Oh, you have to give it to it like it has to come from you. That feels shady.
Like a
Let us not forget that within 6 hours of meeting each other, I ended up handing over an enormous sum of money to you.
It was actually like 500 gold.
It was quite a bit of gold, if I recall. You have it written down, don't you?
She has a fucking ledger? It's not just that she keeps the sum of gold. She has a ledger. She does accounting for them. Oh my god. It's fucking crazy, dude.
So endearing. Is it?
Very well. Enjoy your festival. You've earned it. Go out. Be merry. Let us all remember this time of year. The bonds that we carry. The loyalties that we hold to. And the heroism you stand for. Now go. At which point the guards open the door and he steps out. The cold air rushes in, and you can see now quite a bit of soft snowfall is now coming upon the center of the town.
I'm sorry, is there a washroom here? My sister's a little drunk and managed to yak on me a bit, and I would really love to wash up a bit. Anywhere nearby?
Points off to the side, and there's a small bucket of cold water that's set by the side.
Okay, I'll use it.
Okay, good enough. Yeah, you managed to, dampen your outfit to the point to get it off, although it is a bit cold when you step outside now because you have the wet leather against your torso.
Can I follow him for a moment?
Sure.
So I haven't talked to you very much lately.
I haven't.
You seem a bit off. Yeah. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm tired. I can relax for the first time in weeks.
I noticed your girlfriend isn't talking to you. Did you do something?
I will tell you just about everything, but I don't think I want to talk about that.
All right. I leave as well.
All right. As the rest of the party joins, you all step out into the cold afternoon air as you are immediately greeted by the sound of music, laughter, and cheer.
You know, I've said it before, I don't know much about siblings, but calling Keyleth your girlfriend sounds pretty sibling-esque. If, to my understanding.
The rest of the festival continues on into dusk, and you can't help but find that the joy in the air infectious.
Also, Vax
Percy.
walked away. True.
Yes.
I actually have a present for you.
Really?
Yeah, it's... comes with a story.
All right.
You're the only one I... Should we go get drinks? Maybe we should go get drinks first. Let's go get drinks, and then I'll give you your present.
All right, in that case,
Alcohol makes everything
alcohol
better.
does make everything better.
Speaking of presents,
Oh,
even though you're being kind of a dick,
wow, you ran fast to catch up with me. Excellent.
I was going to buy you something, but then I realized sometimes old is better than new.
It's an old person.
Like Machina's favorite.
Already dead.
Old person.
Do you know what that is?
Oh.
As you open the package, you see before you a familiar belt of leather with a coiled snake on the buckle.
How did you get that?
I've got ways.
It was in Uriel's palace, wasn't it?
I'm a really good winker, if you haven't noticed.
Did you wink somebody for that?
Busted out the wings.
Slutty little thing.
Hello, Simon.
Oh no, it's just a real snake. It's biting you.
Revenge achieved!
I am too embarrassed to look her in the eye. And stare for a moment, but then finally, still not looking at her because she's fucking freaking me out, pull her into a hug and say, I love you, Stubby. I'm never going to leave your side. I'm always going to be there. You can always be a pain in the ass like you are. I love you. Always have, always will. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I slap him across the face.
The fuck was that for?
I love you too.
Okay, so when I was helping the farmers clean up, I had this strange moment where
Oh, this was really close to Christmas then. Interesting. So there's the vision of gift giving in the air.
I was walking through the field and saw a dead raven.
Here it is.
More or less. And caught my attention, and it just kind of made me think about, the past several weeks that we've been through and everything, and don't know. Who knows? It probably died, actually, in the rebellion. Maybe my ice storm killed it or something.
You're doing very well.
Thanks. So I was looking at it, and it reminded me.
Oh, I don't think I missed that, but I mean, giving yourself the old little slap, that's fucking whatever. I got a face of iron, dude. I used to leave as masochist old news. I mean, look, especially for a little slap, he didn't give himself like a bloody nose, right? If we're talking about commitment to the bit that's worth me pausing over, It was a powerful slap. I can't see any evidence. Wasn't powerful enough, if you know what I'm saying. I'll fucking go all out. I used to do slap bets when I didn't have any money. Cause I still wanted to bet, but I didn't have any cash to do it. 3 out of 10 on the slap scale. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm no moist critical. I'm not Charlie out here watching the slapping competition or whatever. But I slap myself harder for fun. I think Mega is the masochist. I mean, I don't know if this is like sad or a lore drop, but I have chronic numbness. And before chronic numbness, had chronic pain from all of my back surgeries. So like, when I got to college, one of my party tricks was, hey, curb stomp my foot. I won't feel it. So, a little love tap from yourself? It's not even, it's not, you know, like, what the fuck is even that? You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, maybe you slapped out all the music knowledge? I've slapped out something. I've slapped out some sort of knowledge, that's the truth. Like when Orion cast Fireball in the studio. Oh, Lamau is an initialism. No, I don't say LMAO. I say Lamau. So I feel like Lamau is not an initialism. I guess it depends. You and Charlie should have a long hair off. He has a big head start on me, and mine's curlier than his, so his will grow faster. But yeah, you know, little love tap. You know, that is what it is. I want to walk on I want to do the 2 like walking pain things. I really want to walk on a bed of nails, and I would really want to walk on hot coals. I think it'd be so fucking cool. And I know that there's like ways to do it safely. So it's like, why not? Straighten it out before measuring. Yeah, because it does straighten out like a little. It's not like that curly. I guess it's more like wavy. But it's like, I guess mine's like down to here if it's straight. But I don't ever cut it. I don't know if he cuts his at all. I love Charlie, so I might stay because you like him too. Look, Mustang. I'm evening it out. I know YouTubers. I just don't know any. I don't know any musicians. Mega calling his hair curly while I'm sitting here with coils. Yeah, that's fair. My hair is curlier than it used to be. I had very straight hair. I had like Bieber straight hair. And a Bieber cut with it. And now it's like wavy, tangly. So it's curly to me. It has volume. Yes, it has volume. It's very thick. And we're getting off on another tangent. But this is the nice little gift giving episode. Aw. White t-shirt streams. I don't like white at least all the white t-shirts I have. They aren't very quality. They're not very soft. I like my soft shirts. It has volume just like your mouth. Yeah. Got a big mouth. Dude, me and Paige were comparing retainers the other day, and she was like, why does your retainer have that big bump in it? And I was like, what? And she showed me hers, and hers was like nearly flat. And I was like, what? I was like, it needs to go into the roof of your mouth. Does yours hover? And she's like, no, it goes to the roof of my mouth. And mine looked like you know the hill in Nightmare Before Christmas that has the big ass tree on top of it? That's what my retainer looked like. Is the fucking Nightmare Before Christmas hill. Cause I just have so much fucking room up there. I go, aww.
Basically never challenge him to a chubby bunny.
Never challenge me to what?
Chubby bunny.
I did always win Chubby Bunny. That's just true. That is just true. I was saying you're loud. Well, also that. Well, all the tangents. That is what you get with short episodes. I don't care nearly as much about staying on topic during short episodes. Knows Nightmare Before Christmas, but not David Bowie. Nightmare Before Christmas is my favorite Christmas and Halloween movie. It does double duty. That's the exact reason I know it. I have to know half as many movies to still have a favorite holiday movie. It's great. A lot of places do not allow people with numbness in feet to do coal or nail bed walking because they might not notice when it hurts them. Ooh. So I'll just lie. I don't have actual numbness in my feet. I just have I have reduced pain sensitivity, which they still might not like. But I have pure numbness all along here because they cut all the little feely spaghetti off of my spine. They just went snip, 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 and got rid of all of it. So none of that. Everywhere else is just reduced pain sensitivity. We should have a Mega as Taliesin Square since you're also an Eldritch Horror. Well, what do I do about it? Actually, a legitimate reason I'll concede.
Of everything. And I feel like I was instantly trying to forget about everything. Because I don't want to remember. But we should. And I don't want to remember you the way you were.
Wait, I saw. Oh no, I missed the Twitch ones. I was paying too much attention to the stupid YouTube ones. I missed all of Turn Mons. Can you pop? Oh, dude, I read that as can you pop a Philly once a month? We can work you in, bro. I thought you were talking about drugs, and I was like, man, the kids have such weird names for drugs nowadays. Just popping a Philly. Slap Bit's the original Squid Game, yes sir. Oh my god. Same with that area, but they cut it during a chest bone surgery. We were going from opposite ends. Mine was a back one. We were having a convo over here. I gotta tune in once in a while. Stupid YouTube equal refund gift subs? What? What happened? Oh no. Well, that's fine. If it happens, it happens. Whatever. I'm sure it'll work itself out. You mean nerves? No, I meant Feely spaghetti. What drug would Philly be? You are asking someone who has not done a lot of drugs. Famously, I did pot like once, and then I got a clearance where I can't do it anymore. So, a Philly, all I think of is a Philly cheesesteak, which makes me think of Scooby-Doo. So I just think Philly's pot again. We've just wrapped back around to Philly being like a big weed sandwich that you get from one of those fancy dispensaries in Colorado. That's what I'm thinking. Philly would be Trank. It's wild here. I don't fucking know what Trank is.
A lot of sense. Because Philly is a horse.
Oh! Dude, I just felt something on my butt and I thought that Paige was grabbing my butt and then she spoke from across the room and I was like, what's grabbing my ass? It was a dog.
No, that makes a lot of sense because Philly is a horse. Philly is a horse, and so they're saying that it's trank, like tranquilizer, like a horse tranquilizer. That would make a lot of sense, and I think that would be a better name than trank. So let's start that.
Let's start that?
Neither of us having done it. Let's start that.
Yeah. I'm done. Drug tangent was not what I expected today. Pretty sure that's a request for a cheesesteak mukbang. Ooh. Paige isn't just the manager, she's the interpreter. I need an interpreter in my daily life, dude. That is kind of what you are. Not even remotely what I meant, but I accept the logic. Dude, that's the point of the stream, is to construct new ideas.
Because it was scary, and I didn't like it. I like you now.
Philly cheese cupcake.
So I took the dead bird, and cleaned it, and kept its skull, and put it in this box for you, as sort of a reminder of what you could have become. I guess what any of us could have become, really, at any time. Because we shouldn't forget.
Thank you.
It's a little macabre, and I would have bought things, but we are out of money. So.
No, you're not.
I won't forget. I'm
glad that's not you.
I can't even think of what the revenge felt like anymore. It's not... It doesn't weigh on me. Just regret.
Regret?
Of how much better I could have been. Thank you. I will try to be better.
You know, better than you could have been. There's still a lot to come, you know?
That's my plan.
I think we all wish we were better than we could have been.
Okay, that's a very nice... That's a very nice little moment that I like, of like her saying there's still a lot. I don't know if this is on purpose or if they're just really inhabiting the characters, you know? But they had a very similar conversation when he was still under Smokey's control, which, oh my god, did Orthax just go out like that? Let's not talk about it until we're... Okay, wait. How long until we're out of the blue background? Are we in blue background, right? Let's talk about it. If Orthax hasn't showed up by the time we're out of blue background, and he's never going to show up again, then we can talk about it. And I'll confirm that with John, that there's no, like, you know, that's not like a bad plan. But that's a really nice mirroring of their previous conversation of when he was still under Smokey's control, or not control, but influence. They were talking about the list, and he was talking about the sixth chamber being like for his actions yet to come. You know what I'm saying? Like he talked about it with like fear that like he'd basically sold the rest of his life to get this vengeance. That this was going to be like his life's mission right here, the vengeance, and then the rest of his life would be slavery to this dark god. Like he did not talk about it with any degree of like nicety or hope. And then they have a very similar conversation. Like this conversation really nicely mirrors it. And she's like, there's still a lot to come. And he's just like, that's my plan. And there's just a little moment because, I mean, more cynically, the sixth barrel being for himself is also like an interpretation of that conversation. And so I think that this conversation pulls a lot of double duty, like, meaning. And that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah. Bio break soon? Yeah, we can do a bio break soon. Hi, puppy. I sent a DM. Okay. I'll check it. I'll check it after stream. Or actually, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll open up Discord now. But yeah, basically the list never stops. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll do, after this conversation fully wraps up, we can do bio break.
That's my plan.
Oh, shoot.
I think we all wish we were better than we could have been. Seeing that bird. I'm sure the bird felt the same way. But fuck it, he's dead now.
That's strange, you know that?
I know,
Yes.
sorry.
No.
Okay, John is recommending holding off on Orthax until later. Cool. We will hold off on Orthax until later.
You like it, don't change.
Grog,
I'm glad you didn't change.
got you an Amazon gift card. It's a forest called the Amazon, and you can go there and get a gift.
Is it far?
Oh, really far. You'll never use it.
Pre-gift.
Well, guys, Vox Machina is now free and clear of all evil influence.
No shadowy demons. Feels good.
It was good.
With that, Vox Machina continues to enjoy the joyous affair that is the Winter's Crest Festival. Snowfall slowly covering the night sky as the sun comes to dusk. You withdraw to tell stories, sing songs, and drink merrily as the friends you are, looking forward to the next chapter in your adventure.
Aw.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and close the Winter's Crest episode of our adventure to leave you guys to the holiday break.
Oh, that's it?
We have a couple cool announcements to make. One, we had our winner.
Oh my god. I saw this big thing. I forgot that this was only a 2-hour, 48-minute one. So I see this like big chunk of time and it's only like 10 minutes. I know that there's a little bit more after this. So let me check it really quick. I think there's a time code after this. So until 41. You know, I don't particularly care or not care about Zach, but I feel like it's a moment for them. So I feel like we should watch it. We're watching up to 41-43. I love that the players bought presents for their friends' fictional characters. I love that too. I'd much rather do that for my friends than buy them real presents. Bleh, patooey. Dude, that was super short. Yeah, physical presents were awesome. Yeah, it was cool. Okay, yeah, we'll watch until 41, and then we'll take a bio break. And then we will start probably the story of Vox Machina, because it's only, 20 minutes? Right? Yeah, story of Vox Machina. How long is SGM? That is the real question, because I don't know. I'm debating if I want... Ooh.
With art by...
SGM is also about 20 minutes. Ooh, so that's 40 more minutes. We've been going at about 2 hours. Okay, if I tighten it up a little bit, we could probably make it on both of them. Although I talk a lot about during the SGM. And even the avoiding parts are not very long. I'll have to think about it during the bio break.
Earlier from our subscriber count, we hit 100. Our winner, if they haven't already announcement, is Saxecutioner.
Saxecutioner!
Congratulations. Talk with the guys back there. You get yourself a cool care package we're going to ship out to you.
I think the Boonsy Art Scandal is going.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Boonsy Art Scandal.
Bunch of other fun things.
Saxecutioner.
Indeed.
Yes.
Let's see. We'll be gone for a few weeks until we come back for next episode. We're on holiday break and getting our stuff taken care of, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Do we know what date that is going to be yet?
I mean, we come back next Thursday and play again, right?
Oh, wait, so it starts at 38. Oh, 28. There we go.
So I have a fairly serious announcement, I guess. Hopefully my camera Ryan already left for Star Wars. And sorry to pull the rug out from you guys, but this is officially my last Critical Role in person. I have been hired to be CEO of a new media company in collaboration with Harebrained Schemes up in Seattle, and I start on January 1st. So this is my last one. So I just want to tell you guys thank you.
Dude, thank you.
And thank you to the community. This has been one of the most amazing years of my life. It's been really cool to see what we've accomplished as a community, as a group. Being cool on the internet and not dicks has been really cool. As an audience, you guys and all of us, and the amount of money we've been able to raise for charity. I can promise you that the channel's fine. The shows are fine. Lucas will be taking over the commander-in-chief position. So, Lucas!
Lucas!
A lot of the people who don't even know.
The man behind the curtain.
The man that runs the board. So Lucas is getting a promotion.
Yes.
He's back there.
I see his legs. He's not walking the
He's not
straight
moving.
leg.
There's no real
We'll be tomorrow. We're gonna have a big party. It's gonna be my last stream on Geek and Sundry. So we're gonna have a big party to celebrate. It'll be a lot of fun. We're gonna do some dancing. We'll have some special guests coming by. And you gotta widen the camera just so he can get in the shot. We're also gonna be knighting Lucas tomorrow night. So you guys should definitely tune in for that and watch us knight Lucas. We've been training him up, getting him ready. But again, thank you everyone for this amazing experience. You can follow me on Twitter if you want to know more about what's coming up. It'll be in a couple months. We'll be launching that, and I'll make sure to keep streaming on my channel. And Lucas, of course, will continue the spirit, and we'll still be in communication. Everything's good. So there's no hard feelings at all. I'm not dumping a load of shit on him and walking away.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Everybody. So thank you guys so much. I don't really have anything more to say other than thank you.
We're gonna miss you, man. And for those, I don't think you guys really understand.
Overlord.
I don't think you guys truly, as an audience, understand exactly how much he's done to build this channel. The blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, both of them.
Literally.
But yeah.
Literally, not figuratively.
Zach has made us all feel so comfortable and so excited to create this whole thing, and has given so much of himself and put so much of himself into this. And really, if you have the opportunity on Twitter, wherever else you have the opportunity to follow him to his new job, let him know and feel the appreciation because he's earned it. He's awesome, an amazing human being. We're gonna miss him terribly, but we're so happy and excited for your new ventures.
Yes. Me too. I'm gonna exit on that.
That's all to Zach.
My God, that was so fucking loud. Imagine leaving CR. I mean, I think he was a GNS, dude. I don't know if he would have followed. Oh, Ron Quixote got there. Lucas is a mood. I mean, look, it's not like Tiberius or Orion, where, he left to like kind of on weird terms. He's striking out on his own. He's looking to do something that is really his own. Even if he was the head producer on this, I think it was pretty clear even at this point that the people on screen were the secret sauce. It was never going to be really his. So at a certain degree, I understand it if you wanted to go out and start your own deal. And you never know. You never know. Crazy. Make that noise your Twitch sub alert. Jesus Christ, no. I would be terrified. Yeah, he was a GNS dude. Yeah. And I'm hopefully that company he had a better time at than GNS. I don't know that he had a bad time, I should say, but hopefully he had a good time building something for himself. But anyways, okay, we will do bathroom break. And we're definitely going to do story of Vox Machina. We'll have to see how quickly we get through it. I don't know if this is going to be a thing where, like, I just end up watching it, like, really quickly because it's, like, a bunch of lore stuff, or if I'm going to, like, pause a lot, to talk about, like, pre-stream lore shit. So we'll have to see how actual story of Vox Machina goes, and then see if we do the Super Geek Mike video. Wadruna break? Wadruna. I haven't listened to any of it yet. I need to. I've only listened between last stream and this stream. I've listened to one song on repeat. That is how I engage with music. It's just the most recent song in my liked playlist, and I listen to it on repeat unless I'm listening to a book or watching a YouTube video. My guess is all the gimmicky ideas were shot down by CR were mostly Zach's. You needed a project that jived with his ideas. Yeah, exactly. Like if you, it's sort of like it's like, because I don't think that like gimmicky ideas are essentially bad. I was actually, when me and Mike were talking off stream once, I used the word gimmick for one of my own ideas, and he was like, "Oh, that's not like a dirty word to you." And I was like, no, like, I think like, sometimes like you just need a gimmick to pull people in, and sometimes a gimmick or what starts as a gimmick can evolve into something cool. So yeah, like when we were watching, his stuff, like I had some ideas for like some stream ideas that I wanted to do that were based off of his gimmicky shit. So it's like, yeah, I think especially when you try it with people and it doesn't jive, yeah, you definitely need to like go somewhere where like the creative styles mesh. It's like, I'll give you an example. Like when I was coming out of college, I was up for 2 different companies, one of which had a much, much higher like prestige level, like not Google, Apple, whatever, but kind of up there. Again, not gonna say it because it might give away some things. But I did not do it, and I chose the company that I work for instead, which is much lower in prestige, but like a lot safer, and especially when I first started working there, jived with my like work style a lot more. And I was way happier. So like I wouldn't, and like even if I got offered a position at Google right now, I wouldn't take it. It's just not my vibe. So like especially like when people get kicked out or leave on unfriendly terms and then things blast to the moon, that for me is like a real like, oh fuck, like imagine. But when people leave on their own terms to go do something they're passionate about, I find it harder to be like that. I still get, I like, this isn't to say like I don't get it. Like I definitely get what you're saying of like, CR is such a monolith nowadays. Like how crazy would it have been to be involved in the early days? But I think like even, just being able to say you were involved and that you left on like super friendly terms. Yeah, I think that's cool. And that like, yeah, like you're like, obviously I think they're leaving on friendly terms. Like I'm sure that he could come back and like hang out with them, whenever he wanted. Lol mood. I've personally just been blasting Jan Usawi of late. Definitely haven't heard. Geek and Sundry kind of fell apart without a critical role. They sort of did a lot of niche things and didn't really build other shows that drew in a lot of interest in comparison, quantity over quality. And I mean, quantity, it can work. That's the 5-minute craft strategy, and it works for them. So it can work. It depends on what your vibe is, what you want to do. I mean, a lot of people would call me quantity over quality. Like compare Critical Eyes to Critical Role Demystified. Like, Critical Eyes is definitely quantity over Critical Role Demystified's quality. But, you know, some people have different strokes for different folks. Toki Pona music? Oh! Wait, Jan Usawi. Oh my god. I was thinking of, that's not Jan Miseli's stage name, is it? Or is this is someone different, I'm assuming. I've never heard of Jan Usawi, but I was reading that as not Toki Pona. Interesting. I'm an album listener, so we may not hear ear to ear when it comes to music. Definitely not. 1,000% not. I am not an album listener by any means. Also, a reminder, I gave a lot of in-context details timestamp for the story of Vox Machina, which basically started me giving your episode timestamps. That's right. So there's probably, I'm guessing we're probably just going to watch story and then probably not the Mike video, if I had to guess. Don't tell them about the aliens. We'll just call it The Company. Oh, it's a good idea. Yeah, The Company. That isn't ominous at all. You know Toki Pona? Oh, yeah. I've lost it all. At one point, I was conversational. At one point, I was conversational in Toki Pona because I love learning languages. And Toki Pona is like the quintessential. If you're into linguistics, like you learn Toki Pona over a month and then you forget it all. So I have been through that cycle, yeah. Knowing Toki Pona but not David Bowie, I'm way more into linguistics than I am into music. Way more. Jan Usawi's not Jan Misli, very different people. I kind of assumed it clicked in my brain when I heard that. That was not a reference I thought you'd get. Nah, my first, I have had an idea for a video game for a long while that is a language learning video game. But who has the time? I would really love to be able to like program it on stream and like have it be like a stream like concept thing. Cause it'd be really fun. But anyways, Toki Pona is a conlang. It is theoretically one of, I won't say the easiest, but it is one of the easiest languages to learn because the vocabulary is prolifically small. And the way that you like build meaning in a sentence is very constructive. So you have to put like a lot of qualifiers on things, and it's a very poetic language. So the simplification, like when you're talking to someone, you learn about them just through the way that they speak. It's a very cool language. If you're into linguistics, I couldn't recommend more. Just like learning it was like meditation for me. And then I lost all of it, but it was super cool. Currently learning it, but like slow mode because I don't have time. You need time. The really hard thing about Toki Pona is that the community is so small that keeping up on it requires you to like interact with it in like very specific ways. And with like very specific people, because not very many people speak it. And like that is like when you aren't talking it consistently, I feel like you just lose it. Looks like the company Zach left for has moved away from D&D content. Instead does promotional live streams for companies. Like they organize a crossover streams for Barbie and Forza. Oh. I wonder if he's still there. That's kind of interesting. You didn't know who David Bowie was? I mean, I knew who he was. I didn't know anything he sang. But like I knew the name. You should play Chance of Senar on stream. That's one of my favorite video games. I'll write it down. Can't guarantee. Is it a linguistics thing, I'm assuming? Based on what we're saying? Chance of Senar. I've seen this shit. I think this shit's on my wish list. Yeah. You like learn the language as you go. Oh, dude, I would love to play that shit on stream. I would love that. I've also been thinking I want to play some mystery games on stream at some point. All of this is like future hodgepodge. It's all pie in the sky stuff. I don't have time. But I may be making time. We'll see. I would love to play that on stream. Mayo once told me that he's not my dad. I'll show him. 125, 137, 181, or 260, depending on how you count things. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna join the Tokipona Discord anytime soon. Yeah, and that's like kind of the only way you can like keep conversational. It's tough. Lamau, how did I create a Tokipona tangent? Because I like linguistics, dude. You found one of my hobbies. Anyways, we're gonna do bio break, and then we're gonna come back, and we're going to do some shit. So yeah.
Alrighty.
Dude, I just pressed the play button instead of like actually. Sometimes I feel like the wires in my brain just like cross. I don't know. Oh wait. Oh damn it! I forgot about Twitch again. Okay, I gotta stay for Twitch. 1 second. I think by the time they were at C1E36, we could tell what this was becoming. I mean, very true. Very, very true. Highest earning stream on Twitch wasn't necessarily it, but this was clearly going to be an incredible powerhouse in streaming. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's totally fair. It was clearly, it had the sauce. It very clearly had the sauce. Wait, we're talking about Tokipona? Oh, look, I like Tokipona. Also, there's not that many people you can speak Tokipona. Yeah, exactly. Probably more people speak Klingon than Tokipona. Dude, I guaranteed. Guaranteed more people speak Klingon than Tokipona. Yeah. Before my brain injury, I could speak Klingon too. Well, for most people's comfort. Yeah, I mean, dude, Klingon is like a very digestible language on the order of conlangs, especially. And there are a lot of people that are very into it. Tokipona also is made for miscommunications and misunderstandings with how the language is built, so not the most friendly for people who experience it very often as it is. That is true. Like, it is built to be primarily easy to theoretically learn, and then the actual act of speaking it is much harder than a traditional language. And like, I feel like you need a lot more experience in it to like be like good at speaking it compared to a traditional like natural language. Or even a lot of other conlangs. Yeah, it is, very much littered with miscommunications and misunderstandings by design, almost. We cross streams. No, I'm me. All right. I have addressed Twitch because I forgot about them. I'm very sorry. I'm getting used to it. And then bathroom time. Goodbye. Burb. Allo. I always forget that my shit's muted. I've also realized one of the things I need to do to make the multi-streaming more better is I can refresh it whenever I want. I just need to refresh it more often than I think I need to, just like kind of whenever I think about it. The audio bitrate is lower than recommended. Oh, because it was at 0 because I was gone. Oh, man. YouTube fucking side tweeting me over here. Being like, hey, you should probably turn your shit up. That's kind of embarrassing. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, it opened up. Oh, no, that's perfect. It opened in Obsidian, but that is fine. Because we have a web browser in Obsidian. So, we are chilling. Okay, Storyvox Machina. Okay. So, for each of these sections, we are going to have a bit of background by the man himself, John Forsyth. And so, I'm going to read that first, and then we're going to watch the timestamp. What's up? Yeah, my biggest problem is short-term memory loss. Forgot most of my masters I completed 7 months prior. Oh, fuck, that sucks. That really, really sucks. Shit. I'm sorry. Okay, so the first, it looks like 50 seconds, is the summary of the one-shot that started it off. Matt offered to DM a one-shot as a birthday gift to Liam. He accepted. Scheduling was tough, so instead of it being in May of 2012, it was December of 2012 before the one-shot happened. Liam didn't mean to bring down the vibe. No, I get it. Vibe is what it is. Like, it's as long as, I mean, look, if you were bringing down the vibe by being weird or like creepy, that's one thing. But like just talking about your experience isn't bringing down the vibe. That's just being open and honest. And like, I don't know, it's good for people to hear about other people's experiences. So no, you're fine. You're chill. I just need to learn. It's good experience for me to, because I want to acknowledge it and give it the weight it deserves, but then also learn how to transition out of that. And that's good experience for me to have because I want to have that in the stream. So yeah, no, you're chilling. Liam invited Travis and Laura, Sam and Orion. Matt invited Taliesin to be the lone D&D vet in the group. Marisha was also there, but she played hostess and helped everyone with their character sheets and reminding them of what dice to roll or where on their sheet the stats were. Gotcha. So 0 to 50. And I'm actually going to watch this not in full screen so that I can see the time code the whole time because these are like very distinctly split up.
The grandest of adventures often stem from humble beginnings. The story of Vox Machina is one such a tale. They begin as a ragtag group of mercenaries in the swamp town of Stillben, eking out a living, when a job board posting brings them to Fendrel Voss, the wealthy head of a small merchant empire. Hired to investigate new competition in town called the Myriad, the path eventually leads them into a chamber housing a planar rift, pulling the group into the plane of the stillborn god Chrysathul. It is revealed that the contract was a ruse to feed the party to the undead fetal deity. Upon destroying the abomination, the party returns to repay Fendrel.
So I like fetal deities. I like young deities. Good job, Meg. Oh, thank you. Thank you for calling it out because I did not notice it. I like young gods. I think feels good. Really classic way to do like young god, fetal deity, whatever, is to use the Kuatoa. If you've never read the Kuatoa lore, I'm not going to summarize it here. Go read it yourself. You owe it to yourself. Kuatoa are sick. And yeah, very good and based way to do a fetal god. Second thing I like planar disturbances at all levels. Because I think that you can make through planar interactions, you can make lower level things more interesting. Like, you can kind of, rather than fighting rats in the woods, you're fighting fucking crystal snakes amongst the salt pillars, of whatever. Like, I really think that it's that sort of palette swap can do a lot towards making something like that interesting. And as long as you make it a random thing, or like something that a cult is putting together, like, I think that there are ways to make it like very reasonable that an early level party could handle this, depending on what it is. Kuatoa. It's ironic that Marisha started showing them their mechanics for the internet to tear apart for not knowing her spells. Yeah. I mean, I think that at least I've seen that Marisha is a very detailed person. And it seems like, from my assumptions, she probably just knew Pathfinder really well. And just didn't especially know 5e that well at the beginning. So it might just take her a while to learn things. But once she learns them, they're fucking in there. Which I'm not that way. I am a quick learner who has to relearn something very often. Standard tier 1 party quest, kill a god. Standard, yeah, exactly. She had so many spells that didn't move over to 5e. Yeah. It's like her having like the marshals don't have that much to relearn. Taliesin, I think, had D&D experience. Like, yeah. I could be wrong, but I think this one shot was 3.5. Then the campaign was in Pathfinder. I see. Yeah, either way, but yeah, good to know. Oh god. Okay, I thought I was gonna sneeze, but then I didn't. 50 to 141. Blame Kima. She snuck in my nose. When they decided to continue on with a campaign, most of them kept the same characters they had in that one shot, and Matt had to slowly build up the made-up world it took place in. Liam was voice directing Ashley Johnson in The Last of Us and convinced her to join them. Matt said yes to another person joining, and so Ashley joined in what I assumed was the very next session. I guess Travis couldn't make it to their first session, so decided to have Grog and Pike have a shared backstory, and that's how Pike joins the group.
Deceit with a blade to the throat.
Weeks pass, and Grog the Barbarian hasn't been seen since suddenly leaving for the city of Westrun. Heading there in search of him, the party meets his childhood friend and their new companion, the gnome cleric, Pike. Grog apparently hasn't been acting normally, and had marched off on his own through the Bramblewood towards the ominous mountain, Gatshadow.
So we have mostly interesting points from now on. So it just places to pause, but not a lot of like overall context. Okay.
Party followed, dispensing with a troop of roadside thieves along the way.
See you, Terrace.
And wound their way toward the mountain. Deep within, they encountered an abandoned subterranean city, and eventually, a crypt housing a mind-controlled Grog, the reanimated corpse of his father Strongjaw, and a dying
Brother, man! Grog's possessed? Is this like a once-a-level thing? For Matt? Like, come on! Dude, maybe Matt is just like me, where he is afraid of mind control and enchantment in real life, but rather than like outlawing it in his games, he like takes control of it as like a form of like rebellion. I don't know, man. It's crazy though. He seems to have his sight on possessing the party constantly. Grog was not acting himself. He had passed on a drink and talked his way out of violence. Oh no.
Mage attempting a ritual to Lichdom. Our hero slayed the mage, but not before he could complete the ritual and embed his phylactery into Grog's chest. Returning to town in search of aid, they...
Okay, that shit is hard. Look, a newborn god can be as weak or as strong as you want. A lich has a certain amount of power just built into it. That's a lot, I feel like. I mean, I guess it doesn't. Like, everything is malleable to the DM, but I feel like I was defending all the Planar stuff. I thought that shit was cool. Don't think about it for the Unseen campaign. Not at all connected. But the Lich is a bit much. Imagine talking yourself out of violence. Imagine. Matt just wants to rule the world. Leave him be. You're so right.
They find there are few of enough knowledge or power to ascertain the nature of Grog's wound. Also, rumors of missing children begin to reach the party's ears. While contemplating all this at a local inn, the party is approached by a mysterious elf named Dresvina, who wishes to pay handsomely for the party to infiltrate an archmage's tower and retrieve a particular brass box within. Pushing forward in the hopes of speaking with this archmage, the
Heist. I love Heist. Heist can also be so malleable to the party level. Although they're really hard. I think that's one of the things that attracted me about BitD originally, is that it simplifies the process of heists a lot. Because making a really good, fulfilling heist in D&D is hard. But really fulfilling, and you can do it at any level. So heists are kind of, to me, they're kind of like high effort, high reward stuff for D&D. Again, at any level. SGM mentions this. Fucking, that's my patron, ladies and gentlemen. Does that change happen instantly, or is there a growth period between Mage and Lich? I believe that okay, so I'm trying to think about D&D lore. So I could be mixing lores here, but I believe that the ritual process takes a while, and that once the ritual is complete, it's a pretty instant transformation. Before the ritual is complete, you are still just a mage. So it's like build up all of this time that theoretically a group could attack you and end the ritual, and then you're a lich. You're just boom, like showers of sparks go off. You're a lich, which is I think what Matt described there. Did my comment not go through because the word kill? Oh, probably. Yeah, probably Ron Quixote. I have never had to censor a comment that I remember. I've had to look at comments and say, "Hey, don't say that." But I've never like just like outright like not let a comment through. So it was probably YouTube censoring it for that reason. Yeah, gotta use unalive. There's basically zero lore on liches in D&D as far as I know, but that sounds like a good way to handle it. Yeah, I don't really know. I've never run a lich. I do find them interesting. It's not like some of the other things that I haven't run where it's like I don't personally vibe with dragons and like the way that you like run them and their impact on the world. Like it works for some campaigns, but it really rarely works for my campaigns. But liches would work for my campaigns. They've just been kind of absent. I don't really know why. Gasp. Oh no, Mustang. Have we hit another impasse on dragons? I've talked about dragons before. That I don't use them. Oh no.
The party accepts and passes through arcane trap after trap to reach the top of the tower, deciding not to steal from the Archmage, but instead parley with him for his aid. The tower's keeper, Realmseer Eskelrine Darien, agrees to help, and sends the party to collect 2 items he requires for the ritual: the skull of a nightmare and the heart of a nymph. The caveat: their defeated foe is indeed a lich now, and in merely 2 weeks he will be reborn within Grog. They travel north to the Umbra Hills, wrestle with a small cult to slay their infernal messenger and his nightmare steed, and find a fresh companion in Percy, newly freed from imprisonment. From there, the party rushes south to the Frostweald.
Wait, I think I missed an interesting point from John. I know, I just realized that I missed it. At 2:48. 2:48.
Umbra Hills, wrestle...
Ah, this is the introduction of Percival. I see. Taliesin played a Dragonborn paladin in the one-shot, but decided to play a different character for the campaign. Percy was an unfinished character from an unfinished short story he had been trying to write, and Matt agreed to bring him into the campaign. At this point in the video is how they introduced Percy into the campaign. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. I get dragon as living super weapons, but I've always preferred them being more like T-Rexes. I've used an actual T-Rex before. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get that. If you play like the dragon's pretty dumb and bestial and just like, I guess maybe that's the thing. But when I don't play a lot of big... I honestly don't have a lot of large fauna in my game. So even the one T-Rex I've ever run was not meant to be an encounter. It was supposed to be basically a wandering threat that they needed to avoid. And I foreshadowed that very heavily. I don't remember what There was a walled town that was led by like a geomancer wizard type. And the town warned them of basically like wandering death within the jungle. And I made it very, very clear that they couldn't fight it. So the only time I have used what I would call like megafauna, like if you wanted to run a dragon as megafauna instead of like, you know, an intelligent super weapon type thing, that's fair. I've never run that as like a legitimate enemy before though. But it's I got nothing against dragons. They just don't really fit in my style very well. I had it sent through Twitch. Tier 1 quest, Vanquish Baby God. Tier 2 quest, Vanquish a Kid God. Tier 3 quest, Vanquish a Teen God. Tier 4, Vanish an Adult God with a 401k start portfolio time. That was worth it. This video begs the question of how many sessions Taliesin missed that this is when his NPC introduced. It also begs the question of how much Travis is missing. Like, this seems like a solid amount of time for Grog not to be in there. Or perhaps the whole Grog and Lich story was done in a 6-hour session? Maybe. Would have had to be fast. Especially when he says wrestle with a small cult. But theoretically, you know, when he says wrestle with a small cult, that could be describing just a combat encounter. It might not, you know, because I hear wrestle with a small cult, I'm thinking 1 to 2 session arc by itself. But it definitely doesn't have to be. That could have just been a small encounter. So, yeah, it's hard to say. It is hard to say. I also am getting the impression of that. I think Grog is present now. He's not in the party yet. So he's not in the party yet. He's still their reason they're parlaying with the Archmage is to like free him from the phylactery's influence or whatever. I think the rumor was that Travis wasn't available. I used to play a lot longer during the home game. Apparently they used to play 8+ hours at a time and take breaks to have whole dinners. I did hear about that. So that could be an explanation to this sort of thing, yeah. Percy probably came around in sessions 3 to 4, it seems like, but it's unclear, yeah. Grog seems to have missed the second session, as I get it. You see now how Matt's villains go down like punks, kinda. Kind of a little bit, yeah. Grog was awake and rocking around with the phylactery scar on his chest. Oh! So he was with them and conscious. He was just gonna get turned into the Lich after a certain amount of time. I see. Okay.
With a small cult to slay their infernal messenger and his nightmare steed, and find a fresh companion in Percy, newly freed from imprisonment. From there, the party rushes south to the Frostweald, a forest shrouded in eternal winter. Battling past basilisks, the party finds a single unfrozen pool, where they coax a nymph from her dimensional sanctuary, talking their way out.
Behir is what I'm thinking of. I'm like, basilisks plural? But I was thinking of Behirs. Okay, that makes more sense. Still, seems tough. Basilisks are no joke. Huh. Interesting. First session he was missing, but in the failure he woke up. I see.
Of battle, Grog enters the sanctuary with the nymph and returns holding a jewel gifted by the beautiful creature, the heart of the nymph.
Traveling back to the Archmage, the ritual is completed and the phylactery destroyed in time, but not without some lingering necromancy branded within Grog. They are suddenly approached.
I will also, while I'm not like the biggest fan of like the Lich being at like this low level or whatever, I do like the ticking timer of the phylactery within Grog. Great use of time pressure to keep them moving. Something that was, you guys know, I was distinctly critical of during the Underdark arc. So I do like that as a ticking clock. I wish it would have been something slightly different that maybe felt more their level. Or that like maybe the Lich was never meant to be like fought and taken down. He just like, he's already a Lich. He's just going around doing Lich shit and he plants like another phylactery in Grog or something. That could be a thing. And maybe he's like foreshadowed to be like a tier 3 villain or something. That could have been cool. Yeah, Grog was definitely present for this. He still won't tell the rest of the group what happened with the nymph. Hell yeah. Like a Mind Flayer worm. Yeah, like a Mind Flayer worm. Like when the Mind Flayer, when you're in BG3, you don't fight the Mind Flayer and the Archdevil on the ship. You can, but the game very distinctly tells you not to. But it's that I think that sort of vibe could have worked, where it's like, oh, this Archlich, or this maybe regular Lich, captured, these Goliaths because he wants like a strong phylactery holder and, embeds it within them. And then that is a timer, but it's not a timer to defeat the Lich. It is just a timer to save Grog. I think that really works, and now you have set up a really great villain for later on. So I think that's maybe something that could be, and I feel the same way about Orthax. Like, it seems like Matt wants to deliver these really cool villains, but lets the party kill them too easily. like he needs to keep his villains a little bit safer. And actually like wait and build up the villain a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. The whisper about the nymph happened in the kitchen while everyone else had to sing loudly. That's awesome. That's hilarious. You don't fight the Mind Flayer and the Archdevil? Yes, I do. Look, I didn't on my first run. I've fought them every time since. Still mad that all they give you is a stupid ass, fucking shitty ass sword. But whatever. Really cool and really hot. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. On combat, 3.5 also had some crazy mechanics with certain feats, like Marshall taking out 15 creatures in a round if they didn't have a lot of HP, limited only by number of creatures in range. Oh, like a not a pass through, but like a cleave type ability. Yeah. I mean, that is, yeah. I think there's also just like the aesthetics of it, of like if you deliver a lot of these, it's a really tricky thing to make lower tiered parties feel badass and powerful. But I think that if you present them with the dead god or the fetal god and the Lich as the first two villains, it is hard to present a level of escalation unless you start to play on emotional backstories, like with the Briarwoods. Like, when they saw Kavarn, like, the people that knew what a beholder was were scared, but no one else was scared, because, I mean, they fought a fucking lich. What's a beholder? You know what I'm saying? So I think that there's a level of needed escalation there, just in terms of not even the mechanics, just the feel of it, just like the gut vibes. But it's not an easy balance. So it's something that I still work on like how to make a lower level party feel badass without presenting them with crazy stakes or crazy enemies. I feel like liches are just quintessential D&D villain for any level, like Nazis for Indiana Jones. They are. I think the problem is that they feel too powerful. Like, I think that the maybe most iconic non-D&D lich is probably Voldemort. And Voldemort is built up and foreshadowed for 9 books, 8 books, 7 books, however many books. And it's, a big blowout fight. And so I like liches as like recurring, villains that you eventually take down later. But if a lich goes out to a level 1 party, it's like, why does anyone have trouble with anything in this world? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I guess the lich wasn't that powerful to begin with. So I think it, it makes the world kind of feel like a bit off kilter on its power scale if these things that you think of as very powerful and dangerous aren't. I just had a thought, aren't there demi-liches? Yes, also that. Boo-hoo, all they gave me is this stupid sword that's the best weapon until Act 3? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you high off your balls, Mr. Dad? The fucking... Okay. BG3 Archdevil Sword fucking prologue. It's a shitty sword. It's not good. Wait, Sword of Justice? No. Has anyone managed to get the sword at the beginning? Everburn Blade. Dude, it's 1d4. It's just it's a fucking great sword with 1d4. The fuck are we talking about? It's not good. Am I nuts? Am I going crazy here? But yes, there are demi-liches topaz, yes. I think Matt as worse than Flame Tongue. Everburn carries a long way into the game for scaling damage? What? It's plus 1d... What are we talking about? It's 1d4. I actually feel like I'm going crazy. I mean, this is like worse than... I'm just thinking off the top of my head of something that you get in Act 1 is the fucking Hexblade. The Pact of the Blade weapon BG3. There's like the blade of honor or whatever. Or the Pacted Blade. I can't remember. Eldritch Knight weapon BG3. The Baneful. The Baneful is so good. Baneful gives you like +1 short sword that also applies Bane. I don't know what we're talking about right now. That's in like Act 1. I don't know what sort of fucking trank y'all are on. What sort of Philly you're smoking. I think Matt said he wasn't sure if they would keep playing, so he wanted to keep them a couple of cool villains to feel cool. Fair enough. That is like an easy enough. That is an easy enough explanation. That is fair. That is totally fair. You can't fight a baby god and then go to rats in a basement. True. 3 books before spoiler alert, they show up. Wait, what? Oh no, I've moved on too much shit. Whitestone should have had thousands of mind flayers to escalate from the Underdark. Oh my god, yeah. The Mind Flayer city is easily a world-ending threat. And they just kind of bypassed it like it's nothing. The first lich that comes to mind for me is from Adventure Time. I haven't watched it. So. But that's fair. I do know that there is a lich in Adventure Time. Low levels when you get the wannabe lich, the mage reaching too far. You do, but even a mage attempting lichdom has to be pretty powerful. So, like, I feel like that's like medium level. You get that. Fall, you are alone, child. The Lich was only prepared for 3 to 5 adventures, not for the army Fox Machina. Yeah. Most people nowadays will know the meaning of Lich via Stranger Things. Yeah, I haven't watched that either. My PC's axe is a D6 and her longbow is a D8. Yeah. But that was a two-handed weapon. So if you're doing like a hand axe, you could probably do dual wielding. It's a good sword for most of Act 1. It's a fine sword. I would say it's a fine sword. And maybe this is like, I'm not, two-handed is not really on my radar for any of the people that I play, but I don't know. I was never convinced to swap it until I got decent reaching halberds, but its damage it still seemed the most for a while. 2d6 is nothing to sniff. I mean, we're just talking about a great sword now, which I guess there is something to be said for. It's just a great sword with a little bit more damage, but it's a great sword with a little bit more damage. Like, I guess there is something to be said there. I've never been like too enamored with two-handed weapons in D&D, just in general. A lot of times I would rather have versatile, or I would rather be dual wielding, or I would rather have a shield. I've never gotten the true feeling that the two-handed weapons are worth it unless you take a bunch of feats to support them. So, I mean, I guess if you're going down that route of like really supporting that playstyle, sure. But, 2d6 is still only an average of 7. If I'm using my d8, 4.5, it's not that much different, really. Sorry for starting this tangent. No problem. Maybe I just didn't find anything else convincing enough. It might just be like a difference. Especially early game, I would have always given someone I would always go sword and board. I'm a big sword and board supporter. It's all D&D weapon damage is crap 2 to 5, 7 average. Weapons are just delivery methods. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, right? Is like, I don't find the extra die of damage to be a convincing reason to give up my extra hand. So I love how Matt just sidesteps that threat by saying, oh, they don't like the surface. It gives me the idea of Matt going, oh yeah, just gotta make sure it doesn't come up again. Sunlight sensitivity illithids. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a way to sidestep the issue. I don't find it convincing, but it is convincing enough if you don't want to think about it, I think. Without knowing the Adventure Time Lich, that was a good impression. Did I do an impression of the Adventure Time Lich? At no point was I attempting to. So that was just me, Fanlair. Uh-oh. It was a great starter sword. I'm a sword and board boy. I'm never, especially, I don't know. I think there's better swords, and great swords were pretty lacking to swap out throughout the game. Maybe there's not a lot of 2d6, 1d12 weapons in Act 1, and I haven't come across heavy armor there. What would you consider a good prize? A good prize? Something that had not just 1d4. I think like a Thorns armor, or I don't know. I would have, what I would have preferred is I would have preferred the fight to be slightly harder and give like I was thinking it was gonna give like a blue or something. But then I figured out that there's, kind of ways to cheese the fight a little bit, and so they have to only give you a green because it's not like that hard of a fight overall. So, yeah, I don't know. It's complicated. My opinion is probably skewed by the fact that I always give someone Great Weapon Master. I've never taken Great Weapon Master on any character in any version of D&D ever. So, that would skew our opinions. So yeah, but and it's my opinion is definitely skewed as well. Mega's a lich, confirmed. Is confirmed. Death patron. Oh god, dude, aren't the no? I'm trying to remember what the bad patron is. I think it's the Undying from Sword Coast. Really bad patron. If I remember right. I think I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I don't know. Sword and board is my natural state. I got to 34 armor and AC BG3 through various things. Oh, my Warlock has a 23 AC. And he's not even sword and boarding. He's dual wielding. I mean, yeah, I'm an AC guy. But my fighter champion always had a greatsword, and it was Everburn until Wellendak 2. Man, yeah, I don't know. A fighter, especially, I would always give fighter a board. Mega hates damage. Mega does not prioritize damage. That's true. How do we get onto this tangent? I don't know. We're going.
By the mysterious elf again, saying his master is unhappy with the broken contract, and he demands that either the debt be paid or the party complete a more difficult contract in its place. The party accepts and heads into the Shade Barrow.
Good strat. You don't, especially low level, you don't want to slap your party when they do something wrong, or wrong big asterisks when they fuck somebody over, when they don't follow through on a contract. You don't want to fucking slap them in the face and send them to jail. You say, okay, you didn't do the shit I asked you. Go do the shit I asked you, or do this harder thing. So that there are escalating consequences. And, maybe give them a tighter timeline, or make the original task a little bit harder or something. So give them consequences, but I like it being a pretty soft consequence at lower levels. Because you want to start showing them and teaching them about what sort of consequences will occur to them in the world, but you don't want it to be 0 to nothing. Or nothing, 0 to nothing. That is not a transitionary state. That's the same thing. 0 to 100 or 1,000 is what I meant. Look at the cheekbones. Look at them cheekbones on that elf.
An ancient druid burial chamber that was purchased and renovated by an eccentric lord who made it his own tomb.
Fuck yeah.
Fighting the denizens of the barrow, they locate the tomb and the iron golem guarding it. Successfully.
Why iron golem? You set up this nature druid tomb. Why not an earth golem or something? Maybe it's to show that he has ditched all the druidic magic. This punk who renovated it. Possible. Does she need me? Oh, okay, she's fine. She's good. Okay. Sorry, I was checking on the dog. She asked. Later. Yeah, I would need to know a little bit more context, but clay golem. Yeah, it would depend, because I think there's kind of two things there. Is either the guy that bought it because he likes the druidic aspect, and so then I think it should be reinforced with some sort of natural material golem. Or if he is the type of punk that's oh man, I'm just buying it for the bones, gonna totally strip out all the cool shit, whatever, then making it an iron golem to specifically contrast the druidic nature could be a very good choice. So yeah, I don't know.
Defeating the golem, they tear the arcane cortex from its chest and return it to Drez to square their debt. After a bit of R&R, a clean-shaven dwarf named Grimthorn propositions the group to enter a nearby underground fighting ring, even offering to represent them. The party agrees and, not surprisingly, manages to pull off a victory. With the holiday of Winter's Crest
I love the picture of Grog in that. That was so good.
arriving, the town bustles with preparation for a festival, during which a strange blue crystal is delivered in the name of Archmage Eskel. This crystal suddenly detonates, freezing the entire populace of Westron in ice, though the party is protected by a sudden ally in the streets. In a last-ditch, arcane effort, a mystic merchant named Noja manages to shield the group from harm. And where the crystal previously rested, now stood a pale, nude woman of white hair and frail physique. She opens a portal and leaps through, the party giving chase into what seems like an icy, frozen world, chaotic and elemental in nature. They catch up to the woman, who then reveals her true self, a great white dragon. Weakened by her premature rebirth, the party manages to defeat her, and upon returning to Westron, discover its people released from their icy prison. With the
Man, this must still be in the era of, like, he wanted them to, like, face down cool stuff because he didn't know how long they were going to play. Because, again, how high of level can they be? I know he literally said, like, oh, weakened by the premature rebirth. Sure. Like, mechanically, we can make this make sense. We can make it... Like, this is a rare example, or maybe not that rare, but rare for the watch through so far, of where the Watsonian reasons are all there, of like why they're fighting this giant white dragon, but the Doyleist reason is maybe missing. Like, there is a very fair Doyleist reason of he wants them to fight cool shit because they might not play for much longer. But it's I don't know. I mean, if it's a young dragon stat block, that's what I'm saying is, like, mechanically it can make sense, but that's not how it was described just now. Is
true self, a
great white dragon. I'm not seeing young in there. And this is sort of what I'm saying about, like, the Watsonian versus the Doyleist of, like, yeah, mechanically we can make this make sense. We can use the right stat blocks. But having them take down big ass adult looking dragon, because again, if it was actually a young white dragon, they wouldn't need to specify that it had been weakened. This is a not young dragon that has been powered down to young dragon status, and so we need to and there is, as someone pointed out earlier, there is a Doyleist reason of, like, he wanted them to fight cool shit. But if they had started committing to the campaign at this point, and they are going to play for longer periods of time, you don't want to just throw, even thematically, even symbolically, even, like, just by appearances, you don't want to throw endgame bosses at them every time they're fighting a boss. There's no sense of escalation throughout the campaign. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say without having been there, you know.
Weakened by her premature rebirth, the party manages to defeat her, and upon returning to Westron, discover its people released from their icy prison. With the Archmage Eskel Reindarian now on trial for the attack on Westron, the party intercedes and proves his innocence. In thanks, Eskel uses his talents to investigate the source of the blue crystal, revealing the powerful society of thieves, known as the Clasp, responsible for its delivery. Vax, having previously been a member of the Clasp, knows the main headquarters lies within the capital city of Iman, and Vox Machina sets out for the west.
Upon arriving in the sprawling metropolis of Iman, the party continues to hear of children disappearing, and reports of a black-haired, golden-eyed boy befriending them before they vanish. While investigating, they...
I love that plot hook. Ooh. Very, like, old creepy fairy tale. I like that plot hook a lot.
do a few odd jobs, one of which unexpectedly leads them to the home of Sildor, Vex and Vax's father, and his new wife and child. Awkwardness aside, Sildor is here as ambassador to Singorn, the elven city of their origin, to seek aid from the sovereign Uriel Taldore. However, the political climate of Iman is tense, with a recent failed attempt on the royal family's life.
look, she's a good friend. You know, maybe they didn't have time to record this part. Maybe they forgot. So, you know, they were on a tight deadline, and, you know, she's just stepping in to help out. You know, the main cast is busy, so you can't necessarily expect them to to all have time. Sometimes the guests, you know, the recurring characters need to step in and help out. For context, they were doing 8 to 10 hour sessions once a month. I think he was approaching things as more episodic. Yeah, I've played at that sort of pace. I've played at both paces. I've played it once a week. I play bi-weekly now, and I've played once a month. I don't know that the frequency, like, even if it is episodic, which it does seem very episodic, I think you're right. Like, in Supernatural, this is one of the problems of Supernatural that is constantly brought up, is the escalation. But, like, like, halfway through season 1, they're not fighting the devil. They're, you know, or the young devil, or the weakened devil. They're fighting a werewolf in, you know, in like halfway through the first season of Supernatural. So, you know what I'm getting at is, like, it doesn't really matter that it's episodic. It is the pacing of everything that they're playing, of what all of these characters have gone through, because the way that the characters are shaped is dependent upon what they face. And they shouldn't face a different flavor of Tarask that's just been mechanically dropped down to their level every single time. You know? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Someone had to step in for Orion's part of the script. That's so true. It's okay, just say he's still feeble-minded. My early session I ran were a tad episodic, but it's because every single storyline when all the previous plot collided. Yeah, and I mean, I like, you know, we're talking about like Monster of the Week. Monster of the Week does not dictate that it has to be a powerful monster. Like, it should be a monster that feels right for the party, because if your party is defeating thematically the biggest bad every time, there's no sense of growth in their power. Like, it takes the problem of just like, oh, here, bigger number, with you know, especially like with marshals. It takes that problem and really hones it down to an even worse flavor of it. Of, like, if the only way that you are progressing is you're fighting the same things, the numbers are just different, that's not progressing. So, especially for someone like Grog, there's no sense of progression. At least the spellcasters get cooler spells and, like, different spells. But, like, the marshals are just getting bigger number, and they're not even transitioning from fighting a young white dragon to an adult white dragon. They've been fighting adult white dragons the whole time. So there's no level of, like, power progression for them. They're just doing the same thing over and over. So, like, even if it's episodic, even if the type and the container is the same thing over and over, you should still feel like there is some manner of progression between episodes. That's, like, you know, what makes a season. I think I read it was somewhere closer to once every 6 weeks. Yeah, still. What I've been constantly told is that the best way to watch Supernatural is to stop after season 5. I have no idea. I watched up until the Leviathans. I have no idea what season that is, and then I stopped. So, no clue. It sounds awesome to me. Supernatural sucks so much last season 5. Lol. You can see why Vox Machina were so cocky. Yeah, I mean, it does build in that level of cockiness. And, like, the only way to really undo that level of cockiness is kind of to kill them, frankly. Marshall's movement is a core component to any and all combat. Break it becomes speed. Lol. Numbers are important to Grog. Sure. But the enemies are also doing more numbers. So, like, there is a level of progression, but you're taking away the other kind of progression, right? Like, Grog isn't unlocking new fighting techniques as he goes up the level. All that's happening are his numbers are becoming bigger, and so you need to give him another sense of progression. The spellcasters get more interesting spells to cast. Yes, they get upgrades in damage as well, especially on like their cantrips, but they also get new and interesting techniques to give them an internal sense of progression, as well as bigger numbers. But when you don't have that sort of thing, or you have it to a lesser degree, and regardless, the DM should give the players a sense of progression as they go up. It's why you should go from fighting rats in a basement to fighting the Tarrasque. Like, that sense of progression is not just, it's important towards making the party feel like they're going somewhere, and for like grounding the story and making it feel like there are actual stakes. Because now it doesn't matter what I put in front of the party; they feel like they can take it, right? So like, if since I've put a dragon in front of them, since I put a lich in front of them, since I've put all of these powerful things in front of them and then just toned them down, I can't put something in front of them that they won't fight. If I put something in front of them and they're meant to run, they're not going to. They're gonna go and touch the fucking black hole. Because nothing else that is tonally way above them has given them any challenge. So why would this? It kind of hamstrings you as a DM from then on. In the way I see it, at least. In my latest game, I wanted the players to fight a Displacer Beast. Displacer Beasts are fucking sick, dude. But they were too low level, so I made it a cub with less HP and damage. The one player who knew Displacer Beast CR is concerned, but I think you made it a cub. And I think that someone brought up, I think it was Groin, was talking about the young dragon stat block. Like, calling it a young dragon. And even like, I wasn't too harsh on the fetal god, because tonally, that's not just a weak god, it's a young god. There's a very different tone there. A young dragon or a child dragon, as opposed to an adult dragon, is very different tonally, even if you make their stat blocks the same. So if you had given them just a weak Displacer Beast as opposed to a Displacer Beast cub, that weak Displacer Beast still tonally is much, much more powerful and much more threatening. The cub is the part that makes it tonally on their level. In hindsight, one could end Supernatural on the episode with Chuck's Impala speech. I don't remember. It's been a while since I watched it. Reflavor the Tarrasque as basement rats. Not to try to give juxtaposition, but you can scale the party too much. I watched a fighter with a 3+ weapon and a Blood Fury tattoo use great weapon master on every other attack and do like 400+ damage. I mean, I'm not necessarily arguing that like the numbers themselves can't represent progress, but I am saying that it is more difficult for them to represent progress, and that separate from the numbers, the challenges that they face need to represent progress. If they feel like they're going up against the same challenge every week, just with a different skin, they're not going to feel like they're progressing. What is the appropriate level for fighting rats inside of the Tarrasque? That sounds like a fun dungeon. You treat her like a lady and she'll always bring you home? No idea about that. It's not even a born god? Yeah, exactly. What kind of monster would kill an attack kitten? Anyways.
Making Uriel unreachable at the moment. Sildor.
Oh, that's very true. That's very true, Sam. But when they're doing sessions the way they were, you can't have them start the session with rats and then end the session with rats. They need to progress in session 2. They can. They do. But, like, so that's why I like the cult. I love this like fucking weird kid ringleader BS. Like, there are ways to present them with interesting challenges without just defaulting to big scary thing. Because I think that defaulting to big scary thing and not even leveling it down, like we're talking about with the Displacer Beast Cub, like we're talking about with the Young Dragon, like there are ways to present these things tonally differently and still have them feel badass. Like, yeah, the basement full of rats is probably not fun. But a cult can always be interesting. A rogue mage that is, I mean, if they're all level 1s, this rogue mage is a CR1. Like, that could be a interesting fight. I mean, there are ways to do interesting things without just defaulting to cool skin. You know, I think that's maybe the summary of what I'm saying. I want to help. No, Groinhead, you're fine. I'm not. This is the reason that I like having these discussions in chat in real time rather than in the comments. Because, like, I'll still have this sort of conversation in the comments, but the time delay and, you know, the difficulty at speech makes, I think, things a lot more. I'm reaching for the right word, not awkward. But I like having on-stream chat because there's, like, immediate, like, back and forth that we can do. That, like, and you can even do, like, lesser back and forths or, like, offshoots and tangents because there is not, like, the idea that you have, like, a select piece of the pie. You know, every word you write in a comment is an amount of space you're taking up that someone then has to read, and there's like a very different vibe with the live stream. So no, I totally am down with the sort of with the going back and forth debating. I think it has, for me at least, it has a way better tone on stream, and I really like doing it on stream. So no, you're chilling. I once saw a dying Displacer Beast give birth and take in the cubs. The player who's all about killing the mother and moving on was the one the cubs bonded to. Still bitter, lol. Do you think that they were just going against you? Well, I didn't tell them it's a cub. Their characters wouldn't know. I just described it as a tentacle panther-like creature the size of a dog. Ooh, interesting. Huh. I mean, there's an interesting level of knowledge here, right? Like, we all know that liches are scary, that dragons are scary. Like, these are things we know without having to be told. But when you're introducing a monster that your players don't know, or that their characters wouldn't know, there is a level of lack of knowledge that you can play with there. I think it's a risky path to walk, especially if the players think that it's a Displacer Beast and then they take it down and they never realize that it was a cub. And the players just think that their really weak party just took out a Displacer Beast. I don't know how that feels. But this is this is a fine line of, like, using player knowledge and character knowledge and different stat blocks and modified monsters. There's a lot of fine lines there. I think a cool lore thing I've read is that the 5e Tarrasque is a just recently hatched young version of a Tarrasque, and the adult form is much scarier with casting, flight regeneration, etc. I have no frame of reference for the Tarrasque. I've never used it, and I don't particularly plan on it. I mean, maybe I'm just against megafauna, dude. I don't know, but it feels boring to me. It doesn't feel like it has enough interesting going on. To be fair, we're getting single lines in a recap, not seeing the actual game. Oh, yes. 1,000%, Ed. You're totally right. So this is a lot of me speculating of, like, if this is the case, then this is what I do or don't like. But it is all big speculation hour. You don't have to be Jack Reacher to beat up the high school bully, but you do need to respect that the local bar drug ringleader and his henchmen are dangerous opponents. Yeah, kind of perfectionist. Yeah, exactly. Down a basement full of rats in the basement of a potion shop. The rats got into the potions and got powers. Oh, that's fun. That's very cool. Especially if they're fun kind of. You can still make that a really low level fight, but just give them like gimmicky powers that just make the fight interesting, but don't necessarily make them like that much more powerful. Yeah, there's something really fun to do there. Especially if you also give the players some potions. I love the idea of making a monster that's underwhelming, maybe stat block wise, to be a younger version of the real thing, because then you can surprise players with a much heavier hitting monster. I don't know that I'm understanding you, Ron Quixote. That's underwhelming, maybe stat block wise, to be a younger version of the real thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. So take a monster that is meant to be adult and make it like take like I'm trying to think of an underwhelming stat block. There are many. But make like the traditional goblin stat block actually child goblins, and then later on you can surprise them with a full-grown goblin that you've beefed the stat block on a lot. I see what you're saying. That feels cool. Kind of going the opposite way of the cub child argument. Yeah. Mega doesn't know Bowie. I like the cult. Okay, other than she sells Sanctuary? I don't even know what that said. I enjoy it too. Don't have a lot of nerd friends to debate this stuff. That is why that's one of the core reasons that I like streaming and I like doing this series, is because my players and my friends are all cool and they like arguing about some things, but all of them have grown away from that a lot, and they especially don't love arguing this sort of stuff. So I like doing it on stream. The Displacer Beast affection came down to animal handling rolls. Whiz dump stat. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough for you, Little Hill. I'm sorry about that. You gotta give him advantage or something. If you were the one that was trying to save them, you know. What up, John J.D. Han? How you doing? Thank you very much. Oh my god, and not even a Prime sub? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Mega Monster Hunter Sweeps with Megafauna. One of the games that I am in is a Monster Hunter theme campaign, and the Megafauna do sweep on that one. It's too bad that I don't think we have enough time to immediately watch SGMs. Yeah, I don't think so. Especially my voice is starting to go, and I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I don't think we'll have time. What, like, it's hard? Yeah. I remember my players once fought a giant rat Cerberus that the previous party tasked to clear the rat cellar created by accident. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Hi, PCM and JD hand subbed. PCM subbed as well? I didn't get a notif about it. Well, thank you very much, PCM. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Broke into the wrong goddamn record. I literally was the first face they saw. I guess it's too bad they weren't duck placer beasts. No? Huh? Wait, what? I just got here? Oh! No, I'm getting you, Mustang. Mustang was just saying hi to PCM, and then also JD had subbed. Makes more sense. I was like, I didn't get a notif about that. Well, welcome, PCM. How you doing? All right.
Thor's connection within the council has now gone missing, and his mission stands at a complete standstill. He hires the party to look in on this missing ally, Sir Gregory Fence, and get his ear back to Singorian business. Vox Machina finds Sir Gregory's home dark and still, pushing them to infiltrate and investigate. Within, they discover a dark presence in the home, leading them into a battle with demons in the basement. The battle won.
You know, demons are a little wibbly wobbly in terms of like challenge and like the vibe of what they feel like. And I think that the description of the demon and how strong it is described to be matters a lot. Because like we have simultaneously like, you know, the fucking arch devils and, well, I know devils and demons aren't the same thing, but like we have very, very, very powerful demons. But then we also have like in mass media, like shit tier demons in like horror movies that are taken out by regular ass humans. So I think that demons can be a very wibbly wobbly in terms of like challenge vibe, which can make them good lower level enemies, or higher level, depending on what you want. Especially if they have like a ringleader, like it appears that they do. Also, I think the reason that we're stuck, or not stuck, but that we're talking so much more than maybe a traditional CR episode is because this is, you know, essentially a montage, a lot more information packed into each second. 45 minutes of tangents tonight. Let's go. Leave me alone, Topaz. I'm going to bed now. Good night for real. We'll watch the rest from bed. Sounds good, Mustang. Talk to you later. It's fine. It was only Asmodeus. Oh yeah, I fucking love. Yeah, I'm an Oxford comma stan. Oh yeah, he survived a full 2 rounds. Asmodeus did, yeah.
Sir Gregory's tortured corpse is found, as are his notes about the attempted assassination on Uriel and his family. It seems that since the attempt, the royal family has grown strange and withdrawn, keeping Uriel from the council most hours, and his wife now demanding she attend all meetings, whispering in the sovereign's ear and scoffing at the others who defy their decree.
Dude, does he not have a family? Are these all impost? I know that he's been possessed in the past. They've talked about that in Critical Role. Does he just not have a family and they're all like magically gaslighting the city? That'd be so sick.
A General Krieg thwarted the attempt and is mentioned often. The party decides to inquire with him. On their way out of the basement, half of the party falls into a trap, tumbling into a cistern and are flushed deep below into a subterranean river system. The trapped party members, Vex, Caliph, Grog, Tiberius, and Percy, come to rest on a small island in the vast Crystalfin Lake, home to a terrible aboleth. Barely escaping, they eventually discover the base remnants of an ancient town long toppled, and a small...
An aboleth? I mean, at least they ran away. So I guess he narrated the danger well, because I was like, there's no way they could take on an aboleth. The city's powered by gaslighting, no electricity. Ashley with that. Oh yeah, Ashley's narration was great. I mean, all of their narrations have been solid. They're voice actors. Who would have expected? But no, Ashley's is really good. It's interesting introducing the Underdark. Underdark is always something that I debate on. I've had it in some campaigns, haven't had it in others. It can provide a very interesting and alien environment, kind of at a moment's notice. But simultaneously, if that alien environment is almost always there, it can make you have to jump through some hoops to justify why it is not more of a presence more of the time. So I find it sort of a double-edged sword for me personally. Like, it's kind of an easy button, but once that easy button is there, you have to start justifying why you're not pressing it, you know? I have PTSD from the Underdark thanks to CR. Fair enough.
Small hut that contains a clever hag named Trista. Tiberius finds one of his prized artifacts and makes a dangerous deal to acquire it. The party barters for information on how to escape, which Trista will give, in exchange for their aid in slaying a newly nested denizen that threatens her work. The party agrees, climbing to the very top of the Crystalfin Cavern to do battle with an Umberhulk. The fight goes south when Grog is tossed from the cavern ceiling, nearly dying upon impact with the island. But victory is eventually theirs. Returning, Trista shows them a hidden staircase that exits into the graveyard district of Iman.
The other members, Vax, Pike, and Scanlan, set out to find where their cistern could have drained to. Scanlan leaves to seek out a map of the sewers, while Vax and Pike notice they are being followed through the town. Leading the pursuers into an alley, the shadowed figures attack, eventually knocking them both out. Vax and Pike awaken within the Clasp's headquarters.
That little chuckle, you son of a bitch, Travis.
Meeting with one of their leaders, or spirelings, named Modeth. The Clasp had Sir Gregory's home under surveillance, as bad political stuff can be difficult for the way the Clasp does business. And when our heroes were spotted leaving, they had to be interrogated. Vax revealed
they had to be interrogated. An internal lighting that works on a timer would give it some variety. I think that there's a lot of really cool and unique things you can do with the Underdark. Like, just going off of what you're talking about with the lighting, like, you can have the lighting system, as opposed to the sun, be like a migration of a certain type of insect or animal. So the parts of the Underdark don't get lit up, once a day, once a cycle, but they get lit up in like a complicated pattern that the players have to like identify or figure out. You can make so much of the Underdark so interesting. But again, I have split feelings on it, because if you make it anything other than a wilderness, again, I feel like you start to have to justify why you're not going down there all the time. Like, if there's like civilizations and Dwagar and deep gnomes like fucking around everywhere, like, why? Unless it's just like another like layer of the world, and like the passages between the two are like very well known and well trod and traded between. That, I think that can work, to just have it basically be a separate biome of the world. But I think a lot of the times the Underdark is run as kind of this place that's hard to get to, and like people don't really like fuck with in the overworld. But then it has all of this shit going on, and you have to, again, it's not impossible to do, but I feel like you have to justify, and you have to jump through some hoops as to why these two worlds essentially are connected, but mostly separate. It's just an odd ecosystem to navigate.
reveals his membership to the Clasp sect in Westrin, and Modeth calls for a test of their skills and intent. Pike and Vax are then forced to do battle with a chained chimera in the Clasp's arena. Their might rings true, and the beast falls beneath their weapons, but Modeth is not convinced.
Okay. That's a good way to power down a powerful monster, but still have it tonally be the hard monster, but it has been weakened externally, and that's very clear and very obvious. And I like this more than just the weakened dragon, because the weakened dragon still feels like a dragon. It still like does all the things that the dragon is doing. I'm assuming its damage numbers are just lower. But this, you've essentially cheated. Like, not out of game, obviously, but like in fiction, in world, you are cheating because it's tied up. It can't move. And that's why you can beat the hard enemy. This sort of motif is really classic within a lot of stories, especially like fantasy stories, where you have to progressively weaken the villains. To bring up Harry Potter again, because I can't think of another pop media thing off the top of my head, and I'm close enough to a millennial. But them going through and killing all of the Horcruxes one by one allows them to have this much harder, tougher monster that they progressively go through and weaken. They're cheating. And that's the same thing with this chimera. It's a chimera, but you're cheating. And that cheating is part of the tonality. And so now they know, oh man, this was a hard fight when we were cheating. If we see a chimera out in the wild, there's no way we could handle it. Whereas if they see an adult white dragon, they don't know like how much it was weakened, you know? Like, they don't really have like it's not burned into their like muscle memory unconscious brain of like what weakened even means. Whereas with this, it's just like, oh, it was chained up. It is very clear what you are stopping it from doing when you chain it up. So I like that. I like that a lot. If you want to introduce a higher tier monster for your lower tier party, you cheat somehow. In fiction. Like, I'm not talking about fudging. You make some sort of unfair advantage for your party. I like that a lot. That's really cool.
While the two were held overnight, they managed to escape from the Clasp's lair, exiting into the night and managing to locate the rest of the party in the graveyard district. Knowing their next step is to speak with General Krieg, Vax forges a letter of summons using Sir Gregory's handwriting, and the party is allowed entry into the carefully guarded Cloudtop district, the innermost area of the city and home to the Citrine garrison, as well as Amon's palace. Approaching the garrison, they have an audience with General Krieg, who seems nice and keenly interested upon learning of the Clasp's involvement. He also mentions the difficulty in talking with Uriel since the attack, and is sad about the death of Sir Gregory, but warns to leave the investigation to the officials. Vox Machina then heads to the palace to try their hand at speaking with Uriel, but
Okay, there's an interesting point at 11:24. This is how NPC Allura is introduced to the party. You might remember that it was Allura who hired Vox Machina to find Lady Kimi of Vord in Craghammer. I did indeed! Well, and that's also where they got the magic carpet, no? It was from Allura's tower. It's Allura's carpet. Interesting.
Entry is barred. They find another is being prevented from entering, a golden-haired woman in fancy blue robes who angrily stomps away from the palace doors. They engage her in conversation, and she reveals herself to be Allura Vysoren, a powerful arcanist and member of the Taldore Council. They discuss the state of things within the palace, how Uriel is a good and trusted man, but his actions and those of the Empress Salda are recently suspect. After 7 days of being kept from the council chambers...
That's so crazy. That is not at all what I had in my head for Allura. I don't know why. I looked... I was just like listening for a second, and I looked at the screen, and I was like, who the heck is that? No shot, that's Allura. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't. I pictured her being... I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure she's like an elf or a half elf or maybe just a human. But in my head, she looked more like a dwarf. I don't know why. She was just much more like stout and stocky. Yeah, this is just really throwing me. I don't know why. Amazing impersonation. I do sound like Agent Smith in The Matrix. Look, in my head, you've written me a script like these people. That's Kima. See, and I don't picture Kima like that at all. I don't know. In my head, Kima is like tall Pike. I don't know. I don't know what's tripping me up on it, but yeah. She has official character art. Maybe someone could send you the photo because Googling it could be dangerous. Nah, it's fine. I'll imagine him. How I imagine him. Just threw me for a second.
She's about to give up and leave. The party tells her of their findings, and Allura leads them.
I hope it did. I was just about to say I don't know what John sounds like. I do. During the Minecraft raid, John hopped in, so I know what he sounds like. But I'll do an Agent Smith impression all day. Oh my god, the dogs are going insane. Kima's a dwarf. Kima's a dwarf? I didn't know that shit. Totally forgot about that. Allura is the human wizard. Kima's a halfling? I pictured Allura pretty spot on, but mode of vibe of someone who never wears her hair down. That's fair. Kima's a halfling. Small race, whatever. Squat. That's crazy. Have not been picturing Kima like that at all in my head. That's crazy. Huh.
To her tower within the district to further discuss the matter in private.
Within, Allura and the party make an alliance, and Keyleth aids her in performing a scrying ritual on the palace. The vision reveals that the family of Uriel, his wife, 2 daughters, and son are all under the influence of some demonic force and have addled the mind of their father, using him as a mouthpiece for their plot. The party decides to pay a visit to the clasp, using Vax and Pike's knowledge of an entrance, and end up in a confrontation with spiraling Modeth within his chambers. The battle ends with Modeth's head on the floor, and 4 strange glowing crystals he had been keeping now stolen by the party. They attempt to leave, but are met by a host of clasp members, and another dangerous-looking spiraling. Through Scanlan's deft lies and coercion, the party is allowed to leave unharmed before their deeds are discovered. They return to Allura's tower, only to find the front door ajar and the interior tossed by some previous scuffle. As they reach the top of the tower, they investigate, finding signs of a struggle with a demonic entity, and Allura's escape seemingly successful. Unfortunately, a magical defense of the tower is triggered, and it begins to cave and crumble around them. Through some ingenuity and the discovery of a magic carpet, the party manages to escape being crushed within, Allura's ivory monolith now compacted into a single magical pearl. Our heroes then locate and enter the home of General Krieg, finding a brainwashed servant and a hidden passage that leads to a teleportation circle.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, so I watched that bit. Huh, recorded by Liam, which you've already watched. Yeah, interesting. All right, next little bitty. Some of the events in this sequence were adapted into the first 2 episodes of the animated series The Legend of Vox Machina, which you can find on Amazon Prime. But you shouldn't watch it until much later, as it would spoil much of C1 for you. Also, in Ashley Johnson's video edit with Carmina Burana's O Fortuna playing, from context clues, I think that 6-hour D&D session covers what happens in this video from 1240 to 1520. I see. Okay, interesting. Until the end of the video is basically a summary of what Matt told the audience before C1E1 really got started. Oh, interesting. All right, yeah, let's play on.
Using the device, they are transported to a distant cavern, high in a range of frost-covered mountains, and an incredible hoard of gold, jewels, and fine trinkets. Across the room are 4 obsidian orbs placed within the rock. One is touched, and a giant eye appears from within the black crystal. A voice erupts, calling for a brim scythe, and noticing the unfamiliar folk, mentions, "Intruders, I know your face now. He is a fool, and so are you, insect." The orbs all crack simultaneously, becoming inert. Grog dives right in, rage-looting the gold, but the arrival of the party seems to call the attention of General Krieg, who appears at the teleportation circle. He angrily denounces the party and reveals his true form, that of a frightening blue dragon.
The battle is difficult, with many an ally nearly devoured, but eventually Vax strikes a mortal blow. Krieg, or Brimscythe, defiantly smashes against the support pillars of the cavern in his death throes, causing the chamber to collapse, the party barely escaping via the teleportation circle. Leaving Krieg's home, Allura finds the party and warns that the evil that feeds on the...
Oh, good to know, Rebecca and Hercub. It'll depend on IRL situation, on when I start Legend. It might be after C1. If I don't add more streams to my schedule, it'll probably be after C1. If I do add more streams, it might be sooner. We'll see. You can watch the first season when you're through the. Not sure of the legality surrounding Amazon, but would love to watch Mega. I don't either. There are some options, I think. There's some maybe Twitch options, but I want a YouTube component. So I have some ideas around how to make Legend work. But I'll need to test them out in the coming months. Once we bypass the area of spoilers, we'll start testing.
Throne is growing more bold. She herself was attacked shortly after the scrying was complete and barely escaped.
One second, she has something she shouldn't. That's a suck. Oh my god, it is soaking wet with drool. Oh my god. Ridiculous, dog. What? Yeah. I don't know. I put it in the laundry. Sock thief handled. Not trying to backseat stream your channel, but I think closing out sections of the C1 with legends would be ideal. I have thought about that, but I don't want to interrupt the pace of our C1 progress and do like a whole different thing. So I'd really like for them to be parallel. So I'd like to be still progressing in C1 when we start Legends, but I don't know. I don't have the IRL time to add a stream. So that's the big issue. Is like if I could just like add a like a consistent Friday stream or something that was like, we do half episodes C1 on Mondays, Wednesdays, and then every Friday is Legends. Like that would be cool for me, but right now I can't justify adding that second Friday stream. So I'm thinking about it. It's definitely on my mind, but I don't know the exact situation yet. But yeah, no, I get it. It's good to know your guys' thoughts though, because it lets me know what you guys are thinking about and like what you would prefer. At least Doggo didn't eat the socks. She doesn't eat much. Anymore. But she really likes chewing on shit. Maybe, but let's not rush it. Yeah, I have to not rush it, especially like I said at the beginning, works. Yeah. Something's going to change with work. I don't know what it is, but something's going to change. That is all I can say. You can show shorter edited stuff, but not full eps. A lot of the reaction video, people show shortened eps on YouTube, full eps on Patreon. One of the things I'm thinking about is not even like a Patreon thing, but like a Vimeo thing. Well, because I wouldn't want to put the thing about that groin head is I wouldn't want to put it behind a Patreon because that's against Critical Role's content policy. And even though Legend is like a Vox Machina thing, or Legends is a Amazon thing, I still want to respect Critical Role's general content policy when it comes to their IP. So I don't want to put it behind a paywall at any point because that is like very much like going against the wishes of, the people that I'm basing my content off of. So I have thought about potentially the live aspect of it happening in the Discord, and then the thing that I post on YouTube will only have like the pause sections and like basically all of like the me content and like won't have any of the actual show in it, or maybe we'll only have stills with like time codes or something. I'm thinking through some potential things, but I want to make sure that I'm always respecting CR's policy, but also not making it something that's unwatchable. Because that is something that I'm a little worried about. So we'll see. The TV show kind of hints at future threads a bit too much, that it might draw attention how weird the writing is compared with stream characters. Ooh, maybe a parallel streaming situation sounds great. If you can do it for like 1-to-1, maybe. You could stream them and delete VODs afterwards and store them on Patreon, maybe cut the reactions. I think I could do that, Ron Quixote, on Twitch, maybe. But I don't know about their integration with Amazon. They might detect it. I am almost positive even the YouTube stream would get slapped. And like I would get taken off. I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna have to test it. And I can set for the VODs to be like auto-privated afterward. So there's a potential there, but I don't know yet. Season 1 ends around episode 41. Season 2 ends around episode 64. Plenty of time to ponder. Yeah, plenty of time to ponder it. There isn't really a good stopping point. I think you should finish C1. I'm sure they would appreciate that, even if they don't know of your channel. I mean, that's kind of how I view it, Perfunctionist, is like really long term, right? I do have some level of aspiration of like I think it would be really cool to be able to like someday get involved with Critical Role. That is probably reaching way above my station, but like I would love to like interview Matt or like talk to Sam Riegel. Like these are people that even if I will probably never get there, I definitely don't want to shut the door by being shitty about their content, you know? So there's a bit of a selfish aspect to it, but also generally, you know, my content's based on theirs. I want to make sure I respect it. Reaction timer could also be a way to go. Could be a change is gonna come. That joke is cooked. Don't get it. Oh my god. Flaming Shark reacted to The Legend of Vox Machina in full with apparently no issue. Yeah. I get that just mentioning what I've seen from other providers that have shown Vox Machina. Yeah, I know that's like how Viewmaster kind of has like it like has part of his shit behind Patreon, but yeah. It's definitely good for ideas. I'm not going to paywall it, but separating it on different platforms might be the move. We'll see. But all of the platforms will be freely available. Twitch is owned by Amazon, right? So that's why I don't know if they would detect it or not. I noticed you don't rock an engagement ring. Any particular reason? This? What? Or I got both of them, but this is my left hand. Camera's flipped. So this is my left hand. This is my ring. It is platinum, and there's a little. And then this is from our honeymoon in Prague. I don't know if you can really see it that well, but it's also platinum. So yeah, I also have. So this is my wedding ring. Oh shit, he has 2 wives. This is my actual wedding ring. I also have an engagement ring. I have a lot of rings. I like rings. But these 2 I never take off. Like, I have not taken these off in months. I take them off when I rock climb, which isn't very often. And I take them off when I swim because they're not, like, the tightest. Like, this could pretty easily fall off. I also don't know I don't know if you'll ever notice this because a lot of times my hands are below the camera, but I have, like, a tick where I do this a lot, which is me tightening down my ring because it's just a little bit too loose for me. And for a while it was really loose and then it almost fell off and I almost lost it on our honeymoon. And so I got it tightened, but I still have like a little tick where I just like tighten it just like unconsciously. But yeah, and then I have an actual engagement ring that's up there. But it's way too big. It fits around my thumb because I don't think Paige got my ring size, if I remember right. Disregard if too personal. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. Twitch has watch party for VOD Machina talk. I'll have to see. Flaming Shark is very persistent, though. He's gone through several channel takedowns and just keeps coming back. Yeah, and I don't want to get my channel taken down. I need to go to sleep. See you later, Mustang. I just know because I mod for someone who has done something similar with Crunchyroll, and they've been spotless when it comes to claims. Interesting. Yeah, lots of things to think about. I'm going to experiment when it comes up to it, yeah. Better to aim for the moon and die among the stars than die without any ambition on Earth. Yeah, that's what I think. I think if I've always aimed big at every point, and I've never attained the goals that I set, but I have attained goals that I'm super proud of in the pursuit of the loftier goals. So yeah, that's my motto. Have a bounce. See you later, Tai Tai. I think hopefully we'll be finishing soon. Long tangents. You just blew my tiny mind. Yeah, okay, rough. Well, I wanted to be okay. You want to know the real shit? I wanted my general eye line to be facing where the actual thing is on your guys' end. The actual screen that has this on it is over there and up. So this is me actually looking at it, but I watch it on slobs, So it's like right there in my eye line. And so I wanted to be generally looking at that element when you guys are watching it. That's why the camera's flipped. I guess some inside baseball for you. I always thought the engagement wedding necklace, an engagement / wedding necklace would be a really cool idea too, but every time I mention it to anyone, they find it corny. Nah, I used to wear a necklace. I used to wear a necklace every single day of the week. I say day of the week like I took it off on weekends. I used to wear it every day, and literally it was a waxed medallion, and the sweat, my body's like oils and sweat wore off the wax and degraded the medallion, and I never got it fixed, and I've never found a necklace I liked more. But if I find a necklace that I like more, you will catch me wearing it. I like necklaces. No, I mean, there's no reason it's a fucking ring. It can be whatever you want. 365, and I've been watching in reverse the whole time. That you have. Well, sometimes my camera's not flipped. So that's the thing is, okay, it depends on my literal setup as to whether or not I flip the camera. Because when I was back there, slobs and this screen was over here for me. So actually the camera was normal when I was in my last setup. So you weren't watching me backwards, but now you are. I'm a little sneaky guy. What can I say? Dad is proud of me. Anyways.
As dark clouds fill the sky above Amon, the party decides the time to strike has come. Allura aids the party in infiltrating the palace, and they storm the throne room. Uriel sits upon his throne, surrounded by his creepily mannered possessed family. Vox Machina attacks, managing to banish the shadows from within their bodies, but the throne itself cracks in half as the dais below glows a deep red, summoning the entity behind the entire scheme. A devil prince called Jurizel, who tells the party of a great war between devils and demons spilling over into this plane, threatening all creation. He justifies his actions and notes all the demonic forces throughout the city, and tells them of the horrible devastation that will ensue if the party stops him. They read him as honest, and Jurizel asks for their aid in destroying the demonic threat, offering a single wish should they make a pact. The party deliberates and agrees to the contract. Thinking over what they had just agreed to, the party returns to the throne room, asking for their wish to be provided to aid them in their demon hunting. Upon its casting, the party wishes to cancel their contract with the creature and attack. The Devil Prince angrily reveals his true form.
Oh my god! That's so fucking funny. They accept the contract only to... They literally... Vox Machina literally just did this. They went in for the handshake and gave him the psych. That's so fucking crazy, dude. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. That's the sort of shit that you can't write. That is the sort of shit that can only happen in D&D. That's never gonna happen in a fucking book, you know? You know what I'm saying? Of them signing the contract, just being like, actually, JK, we changed our mind like 5 minutes later. I'm really wondering if that happened out of session. That's my guess, is that they signed it at the end of one session, had time to think about it in real life, and then at the beginning of the next one, fucking slapped his ass. That's my read. That's so funny though. So Allura is helpful in seizing a throne room. I wonder if Kima knows anything about this. I'm just saying. Me signing my last employment contract, lol. I mean, dude, if you get somewhere and it's not chill, you leave.
Hideous treachery demon, a Glabrezu. A long, deadly, and epic confrontation ensues, one that suddenly claims the life of the gnomish cleric, Pike. Her death fresh in their minds, Vox Machina deals the killing blow, sending the demon to its unmaking. They gather up the cold body of their fallen friend and rush her to a nearby temple of Sarenrae, where her resurrection ritual is attempted and succeeds.
The clouds disperse, the immediate danger over, but the royal family lies on the throne room floor, catatonic. Upon inspection, their souls are missing and their bodies failing. The party recalls the 4 glowing orbs they recovered from the clasp headquarters behind Modeth, now identified as soul jars. And through a rigorous, intense evening, all souls are successfully restored to the family. A few days pass, and Sovereign Uriel Taldore calls the party for audience. He thanks them all for their bravery, heroism, and for saving him, his family, and quite possibly all of Iman. As thanks, he offers them a place on the Taldore Council, and informs them of his intent to throw another Winter's Crest festival, to make up for the ones ruined in Westruun and here via assassination attempt, where they will be celebrating.
I did know Pike had died. I just didn't know how. They mentioned that Pike has died in like the Underdark arc. Because it had something to do with her hair and her class changing, or like her subclass. But yeah. No, I knew that. But even if I hadn't, if this is the way it comes out, this is the canonically correct order for it to come out. Look at how cute Trinket is. Trinket is cute everywhere that he could be. You have a better memory of your stream than me? In certain areas. Probably not, though. I totally forgot that I had predicted Cassandra lived. So I have good memory about a few things, but me and memory do not go together very often.
Celebrated as heroes. He has also commissioned the construction of a keep for them on the outskirts of Iman as a sign of his very deep gratitude. A week later, the festival begins. The populace is out in full force to meet and celebrate Vox Machina. But during the festivities, the party notices Uriel's son Gren speaking to another child, one with black hair and golden eyes. They immediately spring to apprehend the child, but he escapes with Uriel's son. They give chase, following him into an alley and through a portal of some kind. The party finds themselves atop a large island, drifting through the astral plane, surrounded by a perilous bramble forest. They fight their way through, eventually coming upon a Gothic mansion towards the center of the landmass. Within, the party makes their way to the inner library, where numerous kidnapped children are working all about the place, cleaning nervously. The Dread Emperor, as he calls himself, stands from his chair, the child illusion fading into a golden armored man with long black hair, 4 children chained at the neck to his breastplate. He attacks the party with fierce magic, mind-controlling all of his child servants to attack as well. With the first blow dealt, they realize that damaging him also hurts the chained children, one boy accidentally falling in battle to Keyleth's magic. Eventually, they succeeded in destroying the Dread Emperor, and return to Iman with a host of lost children, happily now found. 6 months of peace follow as their new...
That's so fucked, dude. Oh my god! You spring that on them during a festival? Matt has a dark place in his heart. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy.
Keep is constructed, and the party scatters to their separate business until its completion. Upon their return, they assess their new abode with delight, naming it Grey Skull Keep. They then send out job inquiries, seeking guards for hire and servants. After an impromptu tryout, they settle upon their new hires.
That evening, the party receives a visitor in their friend Arcanist Allura Vysorin. She happily sits with the party for dinner and trades tales of their past months, before asking if she could hire their services for a matter of great personal importance. Allura's longtime friend and ally, Lady Kima of Vord, has gone missing, following a vision quest from her deity, the Platinum Dragon Bahamut. Her last letter spoke of an evil taking root beneath the dwarven city of Craghammer, and Allura worries for her safety. While Allura is unable to go herself, she can provide the proper paperwork for entry, and would pay handsomely if they could find, aid, and return with Kima. Vox Machina agrees to the new contract, and sets out for the city of Craghammer the very next day. As for the rest of their journey, the legend of Vox Machina is still being written.
Nice. Very, very good. Very good indeed. I liked it. Oh, man. About those winners Crest festivals. Yeah, that has not been successful for them so far. Colors all keyless interactions with children now. Guest children in danger is not a hard no for them. Yeah, dude. That is, I mean, that's why you have lines and veils. Is like, that has been an explicit line at one of my tables before with one of my players. And it's like, yeah, that's hardcore. And like, it is not, it could make a very intense and cool moment, but, intense. Oh my god. Yep, not just old people. Keyleth is an equal opportunity killer, yeah. Oh, man. All right. I think that'll about do us for the night. Thank you all so much. Wait. No idea about the oh god. Twitch. No idea about the pacing for this, but there being a corrupt dragon politician, Glebezaru with Wish, and child kidnapping plane traveler Traveler, all with build-up defeated right after each other. Makes me wish I got to see this part first to start the show, because the Underdark show versus the Underdark, because it sounds like an absolute roller coaster ride in the best way. I agree. It does sound insane. Oh man, it does. It sounds way more interesting, at least, than Underdark. Oh man, excited for the next arc? I'm very excited to, especially. I'm very excited to see the transition, because the transitionary periods between arcs are always something that I struggle with. Like, I think I do pacing generally well when we're in an arc. I think I do escalation pretty well. But between arcs, I struggle at that transitionary period of, like, knowing, like, how long to keep it, how quickly to go through it, how much to let them self-direct it before we, like, really dive into a new thing. Yeah, so I'm very, very interested to see Matt's very explicit take on it, because the other transitionary period was a little weird. It was all very meta. It was like, we did the Horn of Orcus stuff, and then we went immediately into, like, meta one-shots that kind of transitioned into other stuff. It was a bit of a weird period, and not really for anything on Matt. So I'm excited to see when Matt has more direct control over it, how it looks. Excited. What's next? Do I send the timestamps for E37? Yes. Because full episode Friday on... Yeah. Full episode Friday this Friday. So that'll be 37. And then 38 will be on 12th and 14th, next Monday, Wednesday. And then it's the 17th through the 25th that I'm gone, that we'll be doing filler stuff. So we'll be doing 37 and 38 and then filler. Overall. Eastern Standard Time. Keith didn't know the kid would be hurt. Not fair to compare to the chainsaw incident. I don't even know what that is. Oh my god. Any predictions on where we will go from here? It's really hard to say. The only thing I can think of is pursuing Keyleth's Aramente, so potentially the next part of that, but I don't know if she'll want to go to that so soon. We just did the Fire Aramente. I think... I don't know. I can't really think of anything that's been, like, distinctly foreshadowed, except for the fact that Keeper Assum went to, or not Keeper Assum. Is Keeper Assum? Something. The spy guy. Went to Wildmount, and the Briarwoods are originally from Wildmount. And my original thought line was that they were going to go to Wildmount. Seeker, thank you. Is that they were going to go to Wildmount after this, but I thought that there was going to be something more explicitly that tied the Briarwoods back to Wildmount. Like, I know that they've been, they are from there, and all the mercenaries were from there. But I thought it was going to be like, hey, it's me, Tardabeck from Wildmount. How are you, Silas and Delilah? How are things going with our project? Like, I thought it was going to be as direct as that. They could also hunt down Ripley. Maybe Ripley goes to Wildmount. I mean, there are a lot of options that they have, but I don't feel like any of it was hard foreshadowed enough. I think that Matt is sort of giving them the opportunity to choose from a couple of hanging plot hooks, and I haven't gotten a good vibe on what the party will choose. So I don't know. My best guess is Wildmount, and they're gonna go try to meet up with Seeker Assum. That's my best guess. But I don't got much from there. My secondary is hunting down Ripley. But I don't know. Is there any PCs besides Percy that you really want to get a character arc focus in the future? I really want Grog, because I think that while Travis has good comedic timing, I think he is the type of player that needs a little bit of dedicated focus to bring out his good RP. And I think that I don't think an arc as long as the Briarwoods would suit him, but I think a shorter arc, maybe if they like have to travel through some mountains to get to wherever they're going, maybe like a 3 or 4 episode arc that's all about Grog, would be good. Maybe they're traveling through the area where he's from. I don't fucking know. But I would like to see that. I would also like to see a serious Scanlan arc, although I don't know that we're going to get it. And I know that the twins have something going on, but I also don't feel like we're going to get that. I feel most confident. I don't know, but I would be a little shaken and stirred if we didn't finish the Aramente arc. I feel it in my jellies that we're going to get, again, like I feel like a 3 or 4 episode Grog arc during a transitionary period, like a little mini arc. And then maybe we are going to get a Vex and Vax arc. I don't know. The thing is, I want a Scanlan arc. I just don't know if we're going to get one. I don't know if we're going to get one, at least from like backstory, for backstory purposes. We might get one where like he gets kidnapped or he has a romance that they have to then go and save. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a Scanlan-centric arc that develops into being Scanlan-centric, but I don't think we're going to get anything out of his backstory, at least anytime soon. Within the next, let's clock it. 30 episodes. I don't think so. The 30 episodes I feel like is all I can divine into the future. You know what I'm saying? That's another 6 months away. So yeah. When is next live? It'll be Full Episode Friday. So Friday the 9th at 12:30 Central Standard Time. The Discord has updated events on that. And no change in schedule. Pronounced like assume. I always remember him as Seeker Assume. Assume. These are certainly some predictions. They're pretty milk toast for my traditional ones, but I just don't feel like I have enough to grasp onto. I feel like they've wrapped a lot of plot threads, and I really can't think of any big plot threads unless they were from Story of Vox Machina, which they certainly could have been. There's like this whole devil-demon war that, they killed one guy in it, but maybe there's some more shit going on that they'll deal with in Amon. Could be a demon-devil arc that we're about to go into. Might go back to that Underdark area. I don't know. How does he do it 99% with everything? Now I know you guys are fucking with me because this was my most weak, lukewarm prediction session in a while. I do not feel like it deserves any amount of praise. He predicted the Scanlan Splinter arc. Oh my god. I always thought the 30-session solo arc with Ashley just repairing the temple was a weird choice. Oh, dude, I kind of forgot about Ashley. Damn it. I don't mean to do this, but I actually do think we might get a Pike arc at some point. Maybe a Pike and Grog arc when she can actually be back for it. That'd be cute. I totally forgot. Oh, poor Ashley, dude. I can't do it. Oh, man. All right. I think that is it. So episode 37 on Friday, 38 next week, and then we will do bonus eps for the 3 sessions, or for the 3 sessions, 3 streams 2 weeks from now. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate having you, and I will see you